1740. In Europe at this time, the international relations crisis is felt stronger. More contradictions arise between the old allies. Besides, 3 monarchs died at once this year: Frederick William I of Prussia, Empress Anna of Russia, and the Holy Roman Emperor Charles VI. It was with the death of the latter that the dynastic crisis broke out in empire, which allowed a number of European powers to challenge the will of Austrian emperor. It's worth noting that according to the Salic law enacted in most countries of the Holy Roman Empire, women did not have the right to inherit the throne. But in 1713, back then, the childless Charles, due to the possible absence of sons, issued a law on succession to the throne, a pragmatic sanction, in accordance with which, in case of absence of the emperor's sons, the hereditary lands of Habsburgs passed to his daughters, and in case of their inability to continue dynasty, they passed to the daughters of his already deceased elder brother, Emperor Joseph I. And after the death of Charles in 1740, his daughter, 23-year-old Maria Theresa, was recognized by many rulers of European countries and almost all electors of the empire. Nevertheless, Charles Albert, the Elector of Bavaria, refused to recognize her rights to the throne. He raised the question of the ancient right of the German prince-electors to elect the emperor among themselves. By that time, for several centuries, this right had been violated and the electors mechanically voted for the Habsburgs. Frederick II, King of Prussia, also refused to recognize her rights. He demanded from the new empress, in exchange for recognition of the pragmatic sanction, to give him Silesia. Silesia once belonged to Prussia and bordered on it. But most importantly, it was the richest land of Holy Roman Empire, the largest center of linen industry in Central and Eastern Europe. Maria Theresa, who having come into power, found out that she had neither money, no soldiers, no advisors. Of course, could not give such resources to some Elector of Brandenburg, especially since at that time the Elector of Bavaria asserted about his rights to the imperial throne. Frederick II was bluntly refused. Then, the king, standing at the head of an army of 25,000, invaded Silesia and occupied the whole region, almost without any resistance. Upon entering Silesia, Frederick II wrote that he had high hopes for the influence King George II, his uncle, could have on Maria Theresa. If successful, Frederick offered George, as Elector of Hanover, the Duchy of Mecklenburg, but he did not achieve any success, and come to think of George II did not like his nephew. In addition, the British Parliament did not want to get involved in German strife. First, England was already at war with Spain at that time. Secondly, they considered these events an internal affair of the empire and the Battle of Habsburgs, Wittelsbachs and Hohenzollerns. Maria Theresa sent letters to her traditional ally Great Britain, asking for help, but just like Frederick II, received no answer. Despite the lack of assistance, the Queen refused to voluntarily cede Silesia. An emergency formation of a new army began in Hungary, which was supposed to liberate the occupied territories. And on April 10, 1741, both sides met near the village of Mollwitz. Both armies were almost equal. However, the Austrian had more cavalry and the Prussian more infantry and artillery. Due to fog and light snow, the resting Austrians did not notice the approach of the Prussian army. Due to his inexperience, the young king did not take advantage of the element of surprise. He spent a lot of time building up his troops. The Austrians who noticed them began to embattle in panic. It took them more than an hour, which Frederick could have used. On the contrary, the Austrians had to line up under heavy enemy fire. Under these difficult circumstances, in order to buy time to build up the main forces, the Austrian cavalry attacked the cavalry of the Prussian right wing. Frederick fought very bravely, but even in spite of presence of the king, many Prussians fled and part of the Austrians switched to infantry. The situation seemed hopeless. The Austrian infantry had finished their formation, and the king had already lost control of the battlefield. Seeing his cavalry defeated and the infantry in hesitation, Frederick decided that the battle was lost and rode off with his squadron from the battlefield, instructing General Schwerin to finish the job. The experienced veteran Schwerin quickly put the infantry in order and strengthened the right flank, which managed to fight off the Austrian cavalry. Inspiring his soldiers, the Prussian general went on an attack. Now, the Prussian war machine began to gather steam, moving forward and firing at the speed hitherto unknown in other armies as a result of training and the reintroduced iron ramrods. In a huddle, the Austrians broke wooden ramrods. They began to disrupt the formation and herd together, on which the fire of the Prussian artillery was concentrated. By evening, the Austrian regiments made a hasty retreat. But the losses of the parties turned out to be almost equal. Frederick admitted that the victory was bought at a great price, and subsequently thought a lot about his mistake in his battle that left a great impression on him and became sort of a military school for the young king and his troops. At this time, the Bavarian elected Charles Albert Wittelsbach sought support from France. Franco-Bavarian allied relations have been developing since the War of Spanish Succession. The French planned that the Elector of Munich was to become the head of the pro-French alliance within the empire, which was called upon to transfer small and medium-sized imperial principalities to the direction beneficial to France. And the recent victory of Prussia accelerated their negotiations with France and Bavaria, and on June the 4th they concluded an alliance between themselves. At the end of June, the Franco-Bavarian army invaded Upper Austria, where the inhabitants of Linz swore allegiance to Charles Wittelsbach. For further action, the Allies decided that the Franco-Bavarian army would attack Vienna, while the Prussian troops would hold the Austrians in front of them. However, the Elector of Bavaria, who wanted new territories, moved to Bohemia, where, with the support of Saxons, he captured Prague. He ordered everyone to make the oath to him as a king and went to Frankfurt, where on January 24, 1742, he was crowned as German Emperor under the name of Charles VII. But the complete destruction of Austria and the territorial expansion of his allies was not at all part of Frederick's plan. In addition, the Prussian army was in dire need of rest, and therefore, with the assistance of England, a secret truce was concluded between Prussia and Austria for a whole winter. All Silesian fortresses were surrendered to the Prussians. Being in such difficult situation, Maria Theresa began to seek salvation from the Hungarians, who in exchange for guarantees of their independence offered her significant assistance. Temporarily freed from Prussia, Austria turned all its forces against the French and Bavarians. The Hungarian militia was quickly assembled and the Austrian troops reinforced under it returned the entire Archduchy of Austria under their control. And they even captured Munich, that prevented the new emperor from moving the capital of empire to Bavaria. The inactivity of Prussian army in the conditions of Austrian success could not continue any longer. Frederick broke off the truce and in early February 1742 went on the offensive. An army led by the Prince of Lorraine was sent to stop the Prussian army, but unfortunately they were completely defeated in the Battle of Chotasitz. Then Maria Theresa, on the advice of England, decides to conclude peace with Prussia, which ended the First Silesian War, as a result of which Upper and Lower Silesia and the country of Glatz were ceded to Prussia. Austria was again able to concentrate all its forces against the French, Bavarians, and Spaniards, who were active in the Italian theatre. In Britain at this time, after the failures in the colonial war with Spain, there is a change in the prime minister and policy line. There are also speeches about helping the House of Austria to successfully contain the Bourbons. Relations are being developed with Russia, and as a concession, Austria and Britain recognized it as an empire. An anti-French alliance of great powers began to take shape. But the war between France and Great Britain had not yet been declared, although in the Austrian Netherlands the preparations for so-called pragmatic army consisting of the British and Hanoverians were already in full swing and were preparing to attack France. Don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss the next part, where we'll find out how the Austrian Succession War ends. (1743). Great Britain, not wanting to allow the strengthening of France so far from the beginning of the war, gave Austria monetary subsidies, and this year decides to take a more active part in the war. A 43,000-strong army was assembled in Flanders under the command of English King George II, preparing for an attack on France. Exposed against the Pragmatic Army, the French army of Marshal Ney was defeated on June 27th near the Dettingen and forced to move beyond the Rhine. The winners reached all the way to Worms, after which Sardinia and Saxony, bribed by English money, joined the alliance with Austria. In the spring of 1744, France officially declares war to Great Britain, Hanover, and Austria. On May 22nd of the same year was proclaimed the Frankfurt Union between the Emperor, Bavaria, and Prussia, and was supported by France. The purpose of the union was to support the Emperor and the integrity of Holy Roman Empire. The master plan was outlined as follows. The French had to resist the Pragmatic Army, as well as divert part of the Austrian troops to the Netherlands, and Prussia had to invade Bohemia and defeat the remaining Austrian army. In Britain, King George II also declares war to France. The main reasons for the outbreak of hostilities were the help of the French ships to the Spaniards during its war with England, the support of Jacobites, adherent of exiled English king and his descendants. The main reason, France was declared a violator of the balance of power in Europe and in the aggressive expansion of its influence. The Prime Minister stood for the creation of a broad anti-French coalition with the participation of Russia to distract Prussia from this conflict, which would allow Austria to focus on the war with France. But there was too much criticism against this plan, accusing the Prime Minister of wanting to ignite a world war out of this conflict. Again, there was a change of Prime Minister, and with the involvement of the new one, the Treaty of Warsaw was signed between Great Britain, Dutch Republic, Habsburg Monarchy, and Saxony to uphold the Pragmatic Sanction and Maria Theresa's candidacy for the throne of Austria. During the summer, the French gained a series of victories in the Netherlands, but at the same time, the Austrian army crossed the Rhine and in its turn inflicted several defeats in Alsace on the other French army. In the north, the French equipped an army of 15,000 people, which was supposed to be transferred under the cover of the fleet and across the English Channel with a pretender to the English throne, Charles Edward Stuart. But the expedition was destroyed by English fleet and storms. On August 23, 1744, 70,000 Prussians entered Bohemia without declaring war, which was the beginning of the Second Silesian War. In Silesia, Frederick left 17,000 troops as a barrier against Saxony, and September 16, he captured Prague. Maria Theresa was completely unprepared for an expected offensive. Only 15,000 troops were within Bohemia. The nearest reinforcements were gathered in Hungary, while the main army crossed the Rhine to join the Allies in Flanders. Frederick moved on with the aim of drawing the Austrians over, but the united Austrian army, by constant maneuvers, avoided a general battle. But because of the dysentery epidemic, the extreme shortage of provisions, and the necessity for rehabilitation, forced Frederick to return to Silesia. The Austrian army was able to return almost whole Bohemia under its control. At that moment, an event occurred that mixed the plans of both coalitions. On January 20, 1745, Emperor Charles VII died. His son, the Bavarian elector Maximilian III, inherited the country, which turned out to be ravaged from the war, decided to forget about the claims of his father, and made a separate peace with Austria. according to which he renounced all claims to the imperial throne, in return for which he received back all the areas conquered by the Austrians during the war. The husband of Maria Theresa, Francis Stephen, was elected as the new emperor of Holy Roman Empire under the name of Francis I. He was recognized by all electors except Frederick. Desiring to lure the enemy into Silesia for a major battle, Frederick spread a rumor that he was retreating to Breslau. The Austrians, joined by the Saxons, fell for the lie and went on the offensive, but moved very slowly, which made it possible for Frederick to properly prepare his forces. It is worth noting that Frederick learned lessons after the unsuccessful Battle of Mollwitz, and in the gap between the wars, he did not sit idle. The obvious weakness of his army was the weak cavalry in comparison with the disciplined infantry, and the active training began. His hussars were no longer used as heavy cavalry. Instead, they had to act as light horse, conducting reconnaissance and acting more mobile. Also, tiresome training increased the rate of fire of his artillery. Frederick wanted to show everyone his new army. The Allies' army was allocated near the village of Hohenfriedberg. Frederick's army was based 2 hours away. He ordered his soldiers to light fires and pitch tents, thereby deceiving the Austrian scouts. And on June 4th, after a night march, his army attacked the unsuspecting Austrians.
You know what? I'm beginning to think that this has like
along the river. Due to the
nothing to
terrain,
do with what
Prussians
like the
could
book
not
talked
build their
about.
battle line. Without
Well,
waiting
maybe
for
we
the
should have a
approach
stern
of all
talking to
the
with the
forces.
individual that chose to put it on.
Welcome to Subversive History. We are an anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist Twitch stream, right? And we've been covering the counter-revolution of 1776 by Gerald Horne. Today we're going to be talking about chapter 4 and chapter 5 that cover the what the hell is it? The events preceding the Stono Revolt and the Stono Revolt itself.
And not just the events surrounding the Stono Revolt, but also the interesting and convoluted founding of Georgia.
Right, right. The Berlin Wall of slavery.
Yeah, if you're ever curious about how Georgia got there, have you ever been driving, making the drive from Florida to New York City or New Jersey, like I have many times, and you drive through Georgia and you think to yourself, why? How did this get
here?
Why? Whose decision was this? We have I have excruciating details about how Georgia came to be. So strap in, because we're going to be talking about Georgia.
We're going to be talking about Georgia, folks. So, all right, let's get this started.
I think we should wait for all like let's start talking about the book, and then before we start talking about all like the real the stuff that we want to like address with the community, let's wait till like
you want to talk about the book. All right. So
well, I'm saying we don't really have.
No, I'm totally down to talk about the book. All right, I want to address this.
It doesn't look like our main crew is here just yet. So
it looks like the holidays, are coming up quick for a lot of people. So I'm assuming that's why, like, our loyal chatters, aren't as active as they normally are. Like literally for the 10 minutes, like the stream first starts, and then everybody disappears 15 minutes into one after we start. Whatever. The point is, I think Gerald Horne needs like a new editor
for his book.
At least this one.
Yeah. This is my first book that I'm reading by him. And I think it's a fantastic book. I think the information in it is superb and necessary. But I think in terms of presenting it to an audience in a sequential manner, I don't think that this is the correct book to necessarily be doing that. Just because the strategy kind of lays bare an entire summarization of the book, and then it just kind of glosses over that again and again with excruciating detail.
Yeah.
And so we've been covering a lot of things since the first day that we cracked this book. We've been covering unrest in the Caribbean. such as the Tacky Rebellion, the Maroons in Jamaica, some things that happened in Barbados and Antigua, and so on and so forth. We've covered the ensuing white paranoia of slave insurrection that migrated not only with the settlers, but also in the mentality of the settlers to the mainland of North America, and this created like a kind of white flight type of scenario where everyone's afraid of the growing number of African slaves that they're bringing in. We've covered the how they sought to counter this by just bringing in as many white, vaguely white people as they possibly could. So all these other characteristics that were once, sticking points for people in Europe, such as Catholic and Protestant, Scottish or Irish, Welsh or Jewish, like all of these things became less and less of a prejudice and was being more and more subsumed into this growing category of whiteness, so that everybody could just be like, there's more white people, or at least a plurality of white people compared to like this growing number of African slaves that may just cut our heads off.
I think the most important thing is that we see like that kind of what is it, like that kind of that wall of whiteness kind of shift over them, right? Which means that like it can also shift back, and that like it's not exactly as if everybody's on the same page with that either. Like you have
that's the problem, is that they are in their attempt at bolstering their own security against the African slaves. They are actually increasing their insecurity, in the sense that there are many of these nominally white individuals who also are maybe require very little coercion to be an enemy of the British crown, or whatever crown may be trying to employ them. And this is demonstrable when we look at, France has plenty of colonies from Canada to other places in, the northern area. Spain has colonies all along the south, including an extremely problematic one if you're a British colonist. When I say problematic, I mean, it's problematic in its own ways, but this book is generally going to come from the mindset of like the British colonists. That's why, Spain is being painted as an antagonist, not by some like moral standard that's being applied equally. This is kind of being written from like the perspective of like, what is England trying to do here? Because this is based on the 13 English colonies that would become the United States. So Spain and France are written in very antagonistic terms, even though all of these colonies are just birds of the same feather. These are literally just the same people doing the same things, slightly different. But I even took a note of this here. Like, Spain might seem like based as shit if you're reading this, because Spain is like just giving Africans their freedom and like allowing them to like do all this shit. But like at the same time, even if you read down in this, they're still buying people in the Caribbean. Like they're
still practicing slavery.
Exactly. Exactly.
Spain and France are both still practicing slavery.
Exactly. But when it is advantageous for them to destabilize the British colonies, they're willing to let some African individuals become free and fight in their armies and, have a cool little fort.
Yeah. Yeah,
you guys want to come in St. Augustine? Get down here.
Have like the nice like what is it, like lacy like uniforms and shit. They get dressed like everybody else. They don't have to wear anything different.
Exactly.
Like, but it's like a temporal abolition, not temporal. Is that no? That's like time. What is it? Where it's like a place? It's place-based abolition.
I'm not sure,
but it's kind of it's like only in like Florida, I think they're allowed to like be free, which I assume that's where they're training them. He doesn't really go into like, are these Africans in their military, like, are they being trained in Madrid? Are they being trained in Paris or anything like that? I don't even think Paris is using Africans in their military, right?
No, I don't believe so. But this is another example of this, is what Spain's doing in Florida can be looked at as what the British are doing in Jamaica. The British were forced to begrudgingly sign treaties with the Maroons and allow them autonomy and allow them, not to be slaves within their colony. So like Britain has demonstrated that they can, in fact, have a colony with free people in it.
Right.
But not because they want to, but because we will lose all of Jamaica if we don't come to some kind of a reconciliation with the Telwani people. I just watched a video that said that the Maroons were Telwani. I think there's a couple different kinds of Maroons. I actually have a video on that if we want to watch that when we get to that section.
Yeah.
So
that's the other thing is that
selective. It's a selective abolitionism when it's when it's advantageous to the power structure.
I am not hating on this book by any means. I do think that it could have been edited better. I think that it could have been more what's the word, like structured chronologically.
Yeah, that's my biggest issue right now is that a lot of times when I'm reading a book, I'm looking for a successive, like, oh wow, like with like building upon like a premise or a thesis. And this kind of laid everything out in the intro, including specific events, like not even just like a general like referencing of like, oh, and then this type of thing is going to happen. It's like, no, and then Stono is going to happen, and then the Somerset's case is going to happen, and then this and that. And it's like, okay, it's like reading the spark notes of a book.
Yeah.
It's like not even an intro as much as it's almost like a spark notes where it gives you like a lot of like the super relevant. And because of how if you maybe were just reading the book through, that would have been fine. But we're bringing it to an audience to the point where when I read that introduction, I'm researching. We're pulling up. Okay, here's a 15-minute presentation on Stono. Here's a video about Tackies. Here's a video about Somerset. Here's a list of
here's a video about the Barbary Coast slave trade.
Exactly,
I've never heard of.
So because of that information that was provided to us in the introduction, we jumped ahead, and like this chapter that we're reading now that we're trying to present to you is called the Stono Rebellion, which we covered 2 weeks ago because he mentioned it. And then we pulled it up on Wikipedia. We pulled up a great video on it. We talked about it.
Yeah.
And it's like,
and like, I think the other thing to remember too, is that like this book came out in what, like 2015, something like that. That like, you know, he says at the beginning of the book that a lot of the evidence that, you know, he's pulling from, right? He's quoting people like firsthand primary sources for a lot of this stuff that had just recently been discovered or recently, you know, unveiled to like the public or whatever the fuck it is. He goes over that like very briefly in the preface or the intro. That like a lot of this information had just become available. So that's why I think that like there's not really a whole lot. It's not like, you know, the Green brothers or whatever their names are, like they're
the
Green like
brothers.
Whatever the fuck their name is. The crack course history or whatever. Like they crash course. It's not like they, you know, are looking at this stuff either. Like, you know what I mean? Like a lot of like these accounts that like he's looking at.
Well, I mean, I believe Gerald Horne has done some pretty extensive research, probably into like archives and things like that are extremely dry and difficult to read through so that he can like, you know, extract the necessary components to build upon his thesis here. But it may not translate into the most compelling like book club kind of research stream.
If all the information delivered was delivered chronologically, I think I would have a much easier time following it, but we keep skipping like, you know, around from like, you know, 1689 to 1740, you know, to 1765.
Well, the book started in 1772 or something like that. When was Somerset's case? You know what I mean? Like that's where the book starts, and it kind of like that's where I kind of believed that we were gonna begin. 1772 was Somerset's case, and that's kind of like so then we delved into that. We provided a bunch of information on that, and guess what? I can tell you, in about a week, if we kept doing this, we'd be talking about Somerset's case again because that's coming around the corner at this point. So
it's coming back.
Really what we're saying here is we've kind of made the decision that we're going to remove this book from our weekly update structure, and we're going to put it on not on the back burner, but we're going to finish the book in the background, and then we're going to revisit the stream with a conclusion to kind of tie everything together. So just so that we're not, because it's somewhat draining for us to kind of be preparing for the stream with the same information and try to regurgitate it to an audience over and over again. And I imagine that if it's becoming cumbersome to me, it must be somewhat boring for an audience to hear us continually going over like, guess what? Caribbean insurrection. They're
Another
scared.
one.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it Antigua? Is it Jamaica?
It's
Is it,
Barbados.
you know?
So we've made the decision to while we're finishing this book, we're going to do Black Shirts and Reds. It's a book we both read before. It's an easy book to read. It's relatively short. It's fun and engaging content. I've said many times that reading Perenni is like drinking a cup of water. It's an extremely easy, digestible read, and I think we'll have fun reading it. I think we'll have fun talking about it. So we're going to finish this book in the background, and we're going to probably come back probably in about 2 weeks and just cap everything off.
Yeah, we're not streaming on Christmas. I'm not like religious or anything like that, but like, it's just not happening. Like,
do you have plans with your family?
Yeah.
The only plan that I have is challenge.
So yeah. No, I mean, like,
look, but my only plan, my dad just called me and was like, "Do you and your brother want to come over and watch the Eagles game Saturday night?" And I was like, "All right, Dad." Me and my dad haven't had a Christmas, or like I go to my dad's house on Thanksgiving and we order Chinese food. Like nobody cooks. Like it's like the most like, let's just get together and order Chinese food and hang out.
Yeah, so that's the true spirit of
exactly.
what,
Yeah,
like, holidays should be about. Just be with your fucking family.
Yeah. So
like,
we're
as
gonna be
long as
hanging
they
out.
like treat you good. I'm not saying
I mean, like,
people,
how many people are going to be on Twitch to listen to us talk about fucking the United States comfy relationship with fascism on Christmas night?
I'm gonna assume like a fair amount of people that like just cannot fucking stand their family, which like it's fair and that's valid. And like, not all family has to be forgiven. It's cool. Don't worry about it. What's up, Dorian?
Hey, Dorian, what's up?
So
I don't know, Dorian, did you just pop in, or did you hear us go on our whole rant about this book?
Has any other streamer actually covered like Black Shirts and Reds the way that we cover books?
I don't know how I would even check. I don't even know how I would find that information. I'm learning about all the horrible. That Cinnamon Challenge, that's one problem, is that our Subversive History project will routinely and regularly just be covering horrible things.
Horrible.
It's horrible and it's excruciating. And sometimes we laugh about it because that's kind of how we process certain things. But unfortunately, history, especially history from the subversive perspective, is grotesque.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, what is it? Gramsci that says like pessimism of the mind, optimism of the will.
What was that, man? You're quoting Gramsci on here, man. I wasn't even ready.
I mean, like, look.
Same. Like this is the crucible of the leftist is, in terms of like learning the history. It is not a history of we
don't win very often.
Success. It is a history of
assassinations,
coups, immiseration, economic immiserations,
bombings, imperialist aggression, genocide, fucking starvation, famine. And it's not like it's done by the leftists to other leftists.
Let it radicalize you with the cat.
So yeah, like I don't know. I'm assuming that like Dorian and at least like Senchal have probably been on Twitch even longer than I, right? Has anybody else like on Twitch actually like covered Black Shirts and Reds the way that we cover books? Because like I think like what we do is fairly like original in its execution. So I just want to make sure that like me and Pat aren't going to be like retreading old ground and like somebody is going to like burst into our comments and be like, "Yo, why you ripping off so and so, fucking some other fucking dickhead that no longer even streams or probably does every day of the week," and I have never heard.
As someone who spends this is the amount of time that I've spent on Twitch is the amount of times that you can see me on this specific Sean Meat. Hello. I think people have, but either got banned or especially Black Hunter. Okay.
That sucks.
Hey, good to see you. I mean,
hey,
the
Sean,
thing is, though,
is that stream early?
I think for me though, it's like that book is so instrumental to like, the Oh wow. I think it's so instrumental to like to Western Marxism, or just like, or should I say global Marxism. And it's like, it is the seminal text of Michael Parenti that like, it's kind of like reading, I don't want to compare it to like reading Marx, but it's like, you can't get mad at someone for reading something that's like one of like it's like the beginners, like when somebody comes to you and they're like, oh, what book should I acquire to kind of like learn a couple things, if I'm interested in like seeing the world from this type of perspective, it's like number one on many people's lists of recommended reading. So I don't think anybody really has the right to be like, how dare you, you know what I mean, cover black shirts and reds. So, and I think for like establishing our, like the atmosphere, the political atmosphere that we desire, I think it's important, for us to read that and talk about it. And like I said, it's short, it's easy. And I'll enjoy it. That's really what this is about also, is that I'll have fun doing it and talking about it.
But I think like the bigger thing is, do you remember when everybody was like pushing it was like kind of like a meme of like read Settlers, and like people would just like post the link to like a PDF on Settlers. I think that like
I would read Settlers on here too. I would love that.
I think Black Shirts and Reds actually achieves like the popularity that people were trying to push with the book Settlers.
Sure. I think Settlers is also immensely popular. Not quite Parenti level, but Parenti has just been like such a digestible and entertaining form of leftist media for so long that it's just like, like you said, he's communist grandpa. Like nothing, few things warm my heart more than a nice dose of Michael Parenti. Yeah. And Cinnamon Challenge, I wanted to actually just bring this up. So my like journey of political radicalization, or at least should I say like being educated in this political realm that I currently exist in, was because of, why did I just get a Twitter notification? My education in this realm was from a very close friend of mine who recommended Black Shirts and Reds to me. And I read Black Shirts and Reds one time in my life, and I read it with almost no other political education at all, at least from like an academic sense, a scholastic sense. And even like, I was pretty much politically illiterate other than like some very basic like social virtues that I held. And I read it and it was good, but first of all, my mind wasn't really trained to reading political text. Like like reading was like a muscle I had to work out before I actually started to be able to like read a book and like remember the last 10 pages that I read. And also I've read hundreds of books since then, which gives me a way broader contextual understanding of like what even Parenti would be discussing there. So even just for me, as someone who has not only read that, but has read, many Parenti books and many other books surrounding that topic, I think it would be like immensely valuable for me to just revisit that and go through it again, just with the mind I have now, as opposed to the mind I had years ago when I first read it.
I think it was you that like literally that one time we hung out and you were showing me that like Spotify has Michael Parenti speeches on there, I think.
Wasn't me.
You? Okay. Yeah. So I just remember like being like, yo, what the fuck? So like I am somebody that like struggles to read. I'm gonna let you know right now, chat, that like, half the time I am like finishing like what we're about to go over maybe in an hour or so, like before we even go live, right? I'm a total hack, right? I'm right there with you. And like, a lot of like what I know, a lot of like, the information that I try to absorb in any other way, especially because I used to have a job where I drove like a lot, right? Is through like podcasts, audiobooks, fucking like, you name it, like YouTube videos and shit, especially when fucking COVID hit. Like, I was listening to all kinds of shit. But as far as like reading, yeah, no, it's a struggle for me too, and I'm like right there with you and trying to like read more and engage more with this stuff. And like why I wanted like, our stream to be very like book heavy is not only so much that like, it's not just like our opinions, but like also just to help people engage with it, because we're always told to like read more, like every leftist has like a fucking laundry list of books that like they have yet to read, books they want to read, and then there's the ones like sitting on their shelves that like they just never get around to. So right. I get it. And I want this to be like kind of like that helpful book club where it's just like, Yeah, I love books. I have so many books. I have an art
too.
installation of books.
I mean, for me, and also I feel like in the Twitch space, at least in my very, very seldom engagement with it, it seems like there are less people that are making kind of like a like an informed production of like presenting history from this perspective in like a very prepared way. And it seems like at least the more popular ones that I come across frequently from what their uploads on YouTube is like a lot of react streams, a lot of like take based streams, like you know what I mean, like where somebody will sit there and like a headline will come up and they'll like offer like an extremely like half-baked impromptu assessment of it with like grains of like theory and history like sprinkled on top of it, but really in a kind of subpar way that I feel like doesn't necessarily it generally isn't adequate. Like, when you look at somebody like Vosh or something like that, like, it just doesn't feel incredibly sincere the way that this information is being like analyzed and then brought back.
It's a lot of like public Wikipedia holing.
Right, and I love Wikipedia.
I do it too. I'm not gonna lie.
We use Wikipedia. If you watch any of our streams, we use Wikipedia multiple times every stream, but we're using Wikipedia to illustrate the book that we read. We're reading a book filled with information. And then the thing is that like when we feel like being like, just because like, we want to have some visual elements and everything like that, when we're reading about this situation in Georgia, it's nice to just be like, okay. And then this, kind of corroborates what we're reading about. So like to like kind of pull it up and use it for that I think that's great. But if you're exclusively using Wikipedia to inform your decisions about foreign policy, about world events, about historical events, I think you're going to come away with it with an extremely with a wholly unnuanced view of these situations. Like it just can't bring you what books can. And I'm not saying you have to necessarily just get the pieces of paper and read them, whether it's audiobooks or like Johnny said, there's great podcasts. I mean, where our intention and our mission statement is to be a vessel to at least, carry some of this information to a broader audience that may not necessarily buy all these books and read them.
Hey, Dan. Welcome.
Hey, Dan. Oh, Dan?
Dan.
Hey, Dan.
What's up? I can tell just from the name alone. What the hell is it? So, like,
What's the founder badge?
Founder badge. What? We have those? Oh, yeah. By the way, we are commissioning somebody to draw up some art for us, hopefully in like the coming new year, and hopefully it'll look a lot less like, the stock shit that comes with StreamYard.
Yeah. We're loosely professional here. I mean, we're more concerned with reading the books and talking about it than we are about like fancying this shit show up. But we are in the process. We have talked to some people, so there should be some like graphics and background and things like that soon, so that we can have like some semblance of professionalism. Does Dorian have so is this a meme now or something like that, or
what? No. All right, so Dorian, I don't know if you're watching this on mobile or not. Fuck it, I'll just like post the link to our Discord in the chat, but our Discord should be linked right below.
Cinnamon Challenge, you're the best. Thank you.
And yeah, I have no idea how to make an emote. As you know, we've discussed repeatedly, we have no idea like what we're doing half the time. So like if you want to make us emotes or something, or if you have an emote idea, like
okay, I'm sorry, I totally cut you off, and I was gonna go off on a tangent, and I'm sorry about that.
Go off on the tangent in 1 second. If you have like an emote idea, like I made a channel literally called like the emote Tenkaichi Budokai. So like if you want to just like post it in there, and we'll use
it. Hey, so because we kind of talked about this, but I want to briefly summarize it, just because now that we finally have like chat going and there's more people in here and more of our like dedicated listeners, which we're so grateful for, are here. I want to see like maybe if you guys have noticed this too, but we've been reading this book and it's been a great book and we're over halfway through it now. but we feel like we're kind of treading on the same water over and over again here. And it's a little bit tiresome to us, and it may be a little bit tiresome to you guys as well. So we've made the decision to kind of finish this off, because we've been just retreading the same water about the revolts in the Caribbean, the Stono Rebellion, the reaction of the colonists being scared and trying to bring in more like quote unquote white people in to balance out the racial ratios. But then the white people are these like kind of like less than savory, like, you know, criminals or Scotsmen or English or Irish people. And then
quotes from William Gooch.
Yes, exactly. And the problem is that the structure of this book was laid out very succinctly in the introduction. So we watched a whole 15-minute video on the Stono Rebellion, which is the name of the next chapter that we're reading. And it's like, it feels like we've kind of already shown this to you on our stream, and we don't want to just keep beating a dead horse. So what our plan to do is we're going to have this book in the background. We're going to finish it. We're going to revisit it in about 2 weeks and give a cap off where we tie everything together. No tying off. We're not going to.
Yeah, we're going to tie it off.
You know, we'll tie everything together. And in the meantime, while we're doing that for the stream, we're going to start reading Black Shirts and Reds.
Yeah.
So we can only deviate from Perenni for so long.
Look,
it's physically impossible for the two of us not to be talking about Michael Perenni for this long.
I'm not trying to cast shade on Gerald Horne at all, but I will tell you this, chat. If you read the introduction and the preface, you can probably get pretty far in lying to somebody and say that you read it and not actually having read it. He goes over every fucking point.
It's kind of like the Spark Notes.
It really is.
Now, that's not to say that we didn't prepare for today. We're going to go over some of the important points of the 2 chapters that we read, but we are just informing everyone that when we return next Wednesday, because we're not going to stream on Christmas Day, when we return next Wednesday, it will be a Perenni stream where we will be talking about Black Shirts and Reds, and I'm very excited for that.
And you know you're in the Subversive History Discord when you see the little Michael Perenni with his little hat, you know, like that's our Discord image.
Speaking of that, also, happy birthday to the late, great Comrade Sankara. We are the spiritual advisor of Subversive History stream.
Pat is a huge Sankara fan.
I just got a 100% on my final project for my African history class. The
what
project.
Was the country? What was the project on?
The project was to adopt a country, and
what the fuck?
Yeah, it was to pick a country and like adopt it, and I chose Burkina Faso, and they said that I was supposed to act like a tour guide to Burkina Faso, and I messaged my professor and I said, like, I can't say that I can present like a sincere project to you of me pretending to be a tour guide for Burkina Faso, because Burkina Faso is like one of the highest countries on the travel advisory list, and like you know, there's a lot of issues with current Burkina Faso. I was like, can I just do like a video presentation of like the pre-colonial, colonial revolution, and then modern day history? And she was like, yeah, that's great. And I got 100% on it. So I evoked Sankara through it in a glowing representation. And my teacher seemed to appreciate it.
Yo, he was only born in 1987? No, he died in 1987. What am I looking at? Jesus Christ.
So our plan today is to spend like maybe half the stream or so talking about the book, and then we're going to do some Sankara tribute stuff at the end. Maybe watch some Sankara videos, some speeches, some of those like 10-minute videos and things like that. Just do, hey, what's up, Muncher Balls?
Sure.
Just because it would feel somewhat criminal to not allocate some of our time to the legacy of Thomas Sankara on the day of his birth, which coincidentally ends up on the day that we're streaming. I mean, especially considering everything that we were saying prior regarding kind of like the repetitiveness of counter-revolution of 1776 that we're experiencing. So we're going to mitigate that with a nice little Sankara tribute section.
Whew. All right. So you want to get going on this?
Yeah. So This chapter that we're initially going to start here is called The Building of a White Pro-Slavery Wall, aka the construction of Georgia. For those of you that don't know, and I said this in the beginning, I'm going to repeat it. If you've ever made the drive, maybe from like Florida to Philadelphia or New York, one of those East Coast drives where you drive down, the East Coast to Florida or whatever, and you find yourself passing through Georgia, and you ask yourself, why?
Why am I in Georgia?
What is this Georgia that's all around here? Why am I surrounded by Georgia? How did this get here? Well, if you've been listening to what we're saying, if you've been listening to our streams, South Carolina, specifically Charleston, was considered the Ellis Islands of African slaves coming to the United States. Like, I think over 75% of all slaves coming into the country passed through the ports of Charlestown. To the south of Charlestown was the Spanish colony of Florida, which had, if you've been following our stream, Spain was allowing slaves to flee from the British colonies, get into Florida, and then they would allow them to be free so long as they converted to Catholicism. They would arm them, they would let them live in settlements, they would give them uniforms, they would allow them to fight alongside them, and all these things. So they were essentially offering the freedom. It's like the opposite of the Underground Railroad or whatever. You know what I mean? Instead of this, like the slaves Underground Railroad south and going north, the slaves from the north were trying to come south and make it to Florida, where they could engage in the Spanish colonies' freedom that Spain was offering them. This was a big problem for South Carolina because all these slaves in South Carolina are like, fuck this. I don't know if you heard, but if you just get down to Spain, luckily we all speak your language because we're not, as mentally deficient as you think we are. We could all speak Portuguese and French, and you know what I mean? Like we've been talking to all these people that have been coming from the Caribbean, where we've actually learned that your necks are very supple, and actually they can your head can actually be removed from them, and there's slave insurrections where there's even guys in Jamaica, or there's even people in Jamaica that have achieved autonomy because of insurrections.
It turns out cutting down all that sugar cane for like years at a time, excellent practice.
It really works the muscles for the coming decapitations of your captors. So you have a huge outflux of African slaves escaping South Carolina and other colonies and shooting right down to Florida to cozy up with the Spanish, who would allow them to fight alongside them and have nominal freedom within the Florida colony. So it was the bright idea of the English to stick a white colony that would separate South Carolina and Florida. And the way that it would be pro-white is that they would allow no slavery, only white people. So they had like this abolitionist mindset, but also for an extremely xenophobic goal, being that so slavery can stay in South Carolina and the northern colonies. We need something that's going to stop the slaves from escaping to Florida. So we're going to have Georgia, which will allow no slavery whatsoever, to act as a barrier between South Carolina and the Spanish Florida colony.
There's one more point. The then dastardly Spaniards had promised, quote, 30 pieces of 8 per head for every live Negro delivered from Carolina, incentivizing the greed of the ascending capitalists, turning slavery against itself. So they're just gaming the system.
Yeah.
Like on top of them just wanting to be there, right? You're now incentivizing people just to help them pretty much. They'll get paid for it. Right.
So this is an interesting. So we'll go to some of those good old Wikipedias that I was talking about before. So one thing that you should know, which I thought was pretty funny. This old boy, James Oglethorpe. This is actually the British soldier, member of parliament, and the philanthropist, as well as founder of the colony of Georgia. So he was the one that was the first founder of Georgia. And wouldn't you know it, this great abolitionist was, there it is. That summer, a letter. So Oglethorpe, who had been made director or assistant of the Royal Africa Company, which, as you may have recalled from our previous streams, the Royal Africa Company was the slave trading company of the British Crown, joint stock company of the British Crown that engaged in all the slave trading prior to the Glorious, and at some point after the Glorious Revolution, prior to the massive privatization of the slave trade. So the man who was destined to found and lead the nascent Georgia colony, and have this kind of like abolitionist mindset, was a head or assistant. I guess we don't know. It says maybe he was a director, maybe he was an assistant of the Royal African Slave Trading Company.
Director or assistant? He was
Who knows, really?
He was assistant to the vice president of the district manager of the Royal African Company. Seems like slave labor. It seems like the power of slaves, like labor, was something they were struggling to manipulate and control. Well, that's definitely on point. Like throughout the book so far, we're nearly 100 pages in, if not more. And it's repeated over and over again that it seems like the level of dysfunction going on here is not, no one's being satisfied. No one is actually having their ends met except for private slave traders.
Right, but even then they're essentially procuring the rope that would soon go around their necks. Who is it that made that quote? You can sell a capitalist the rope. Who made that quote?
What is it? The fucking goddamn it! The last capitalist will sell us the rope. It's often attributed to Joseph Stalin, Karl Marx, or Vladimir Lenin. Goes somewhere along the lines of trying to figure out who. It might be Lenin, because it seems like a Lenin.
Seems like a spicy Lenin take.
Earliest strong match IQ appeared in 1955 periodical called the Commonwealth Official Journal of the Commonwealth Club of California. The Lenin, where it comes to hang the capitalists, they will vie with each other for the rope contract.
That's it. That's Lenin?
Allegedly. Major George Racy Jordan. Jordan was a U.S. military officer who became a fierce anti-communist. Lenin had died in 1924, hence the 1955 date was quite late. Yeah, so we really have no idea who the fuck said it.
Yeah, could have been anybody.
Literally could have been.
So back to Georgia. So just like I said, Georgia was established to be a all-white buffer zone between the treacherous Spanish to the south and the, just misbehaving African slaves to the north. You know what I mean? Like, we can't really figure out why. There's actually a pretty funny quote from the book where he says, somehow Londoners and mainland planters infrequently paused to consider why it was that the enslaved were fleeing Carolina for Florida and not vice versa.
I just don't get it. Why would they want to leave us to go to them? Like, exactly. Why?
We're so concerned about the stability of our colonies, but at no point do we make any kind of self-assessment. Like, are we the baddies? Are we perhaps the ones that are doing the bad things here?
I mean, like, it was just kind of, at least in September of 1725 in Charleston, it was all going bad. Charleston leaders found themselves debating once more their counterparts at St. Augustine about the failure to return escaped Africans, with Madrid's men willing to negotiate about the price, but insisting that the Africans must remain. There was an order. It was announced portentously from His Catholic Majesty himself. Dumbfounded Carolinians insisted to no avail that these Africans were goods and estates of themselves, and the Spaniards were engaged in robbing. But their pleas were ignored, for it was Madrid that thought that London's colonists were the interlopers. Spaniards had formulated elaborate claims to territory north of Florida, claimed by the British. London's colonial project in the Americas already was floundering, with Jamaicans on the warpath, mainland settlers consorting with the French, Africans rebelling aboard ships, then on the ground, and now Spaniards were threatening with the Achilles heel of the mainland in the Carolinas, with a tempting Virginia not far distant. So
Right.
no one's having a good time here, and the Spanish are just like having the time of their lives.
So the important thing that I want to bring up here, because I looked through something like the official like encyclopedia history of Georgia and the founding of Georgia, and obviously Gerald Horne is putting out here that Georgia was specifically founded just for this purpose of this issue of like kind of containing slaves and not letting them get to Spanish and stuff like that. And there's quite a bit of, I feel like there's quite a bit of official histories of Georgia that offer a very euphemistic outlook on the founding of Georgia. But I did find this Wikipedia article a bit more objective, or maybe even a bit more in line with what Gerald Horne is saying, where it states that 2 centuries later, Georgia was the last of the 13 colonies to be established and the furthest south. Florida was not one of the 13 colonies. Founded in 1730s, Georgia's powerful backers did not object to slavery as an institution. So this was not some kind of altruistic objection to slavery. But their business model was to rely on labor from Britain, primarily England's poor, and they were also concerned with security. Given the closeness of then Spanish Florida and Spain's regular offers to enemy slaves to revolt or escape, despite agitation for slavery, it was not until the defeat of the Spanish by Georgia colonials in the 1740s that arguments for opening the colony to slavery intensified. To staff the rice plantations and settlements, Georgia's proprietors relented in 1751, and African slavery quickly grew. So, brief period of about 20 years where they had this kind of like, we won't do slavery here so we can keep everyone white because of Spain. And like even this, they initially say that it has to do with to rely on labor from Britain, but the moment that Spain was defeated, they just flip on the whole slavery thing. And then Georgia became one of the most significant slave states in the United States at that time, because that's the birthplace of the cotton gin.
Yep. So the British were trying to do America on the cheap. George, the English king, saw the potential, but the Parliament would not make the economic military commitment as they were tied up fighting the rest of the world. Right? I think like that's Mr. Horne calls it literally like the Berlin Wall of slavery. It was less about it like, not having slaves, not at all about like anything to do with abolition. It was supposed to be like a slavery DMZ. What?
Do you want to hear something crazy? Because like I just noticed I was on this. So you're reading about all this. You're like, all right, history of Georgia, colonial, Federalist era, okay, Civil War era, modern day slavery. You know what I mean? And then you're kind of like, wait, what? And I was like, what is this? In November 2021, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Georgia announced an indictment of 24 people following Operation Blooming Onion, an operation named after an Outback Steakhouse dish. Alleged a variety of crimes, including forced labor, money laundering, and mail fraud. The prosecutors described the defendants' actions as modern-day slavery, and that they forced more than 100 people to work under threat of violence, confiscated their passports and documents, detained them in work camps surrounded by electric fencing, or held in cramped living quarters, including dirty trailers and raw sewage leaks. So here, if you want to know exactly what was happening, which is like absolutely fucking ridiculous, it was migrant workers.
Naturally.
This has been happening for a long time. Modern day slavery uncovered in South Georgia.
Have you ever seen the documentary 13th?
Yeah.
So like for anybody that hasn't, not to spoil too much of it, you should watch it, right? Pretty much slavery never actually ended. All we really did was just, change up the marketplace of slavery. Because it literally states in the 13th Amendment, and this is the most important part, except as punishment for a crime.
Right, but that's not even what this is. This is just bringing in undocumented labor, and pretty much
undocumented, which means
criminal.
I mean, it's like not technically by the state, so it's a little bit difficult. It's like a different market.
Yeah. I'm just saying that. Yeah, this is a little bit different than what they talk about in the 13th. This is like the plight of migrant workers. When I was in Guatemala, there's these shrines where you can like pray to these. I wish Sam was in here. He might know a little bit more about this. But you can pray to these like deities. Monsimon is the name of it, and in these like prayer halls that you walk down, there's pictures of people that are in the United States hung across this like hall where you pray to this like deity. And a lot of it's because people go to the United States for work and they can't get back. I actually have an interview with a guy that represents Desqua, which is decolonized Guatemala. He is an indigenous activist and decolonial activist in Shela in Quetzaltenango, Guatemala, and he's a big activist for getting people, Guatemalans that have left the country to go and work in the United States, to come back safely, so they can be back with their families. Because I think a lot of people in America think that they just stroll up here and then they could just like stroll back or whatever. But a lot of these people want to return and they can't. So this guy, his name's Willie, and he's from Desqua. He spent a lot of times in the United States working like throughout like the 90s, like after the Civil War in Guatemala ended. I'm going off on a real tangent here, but I do have all this footage of my interview with him that I just have done nothing with up to this point.
Well, we will, I promise.
Yeah.
Next year we will unveil it.
Okay. We're going to be doing some unveilings.
We're going to be doing a lot of unveiling.
I felt like I just had to bring this up though, because you know what I mean? Like when I scrolled down, I'm reading about all this slavery that was happening in Georgia in the 1700s, and I scrolled down a little bit more and it just goes modern day slavery. And then like last year, there's like work camps with electric fences and threat of violence and confiscated passports. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, I mean, like you heard about how like slavery was still on the books for like a lot of states just in the most recent election, right?
No, I didn't really hear much about that.
Oh shit! Oh, fucking slavery on.
Here, bring that up. Give me 30 seconds.
So yeah, at some point, like, we're gonna update everything. We're gonna update the music. We're gonna update the background. We're gonna have badges. All right, and like, you're never gonna believe what the badges are based on, right? But I hope everybody loves it, right? They decided to keep the prison labor. Oh yeah, that tracks, right? I just brought up what the hell is it? Can I even? All right, path back, so I don't have to share my screen.
Did you find it?
Yeah, I sent it to you in Discord.
Oh shit! Okay, my bad.
All right, can I just throw it in here? Does that work?
Just open it up. You have the window open, right?
Yeah.
Just click present down at the bottom.
Yeah.
And then click share screen.
Oh shit! All right.
Now go to Chrome tab and click.
There we go.
I like to do it through Chrome tab because then no one else can see the tabs you have up top if you have like a bunch of tabs open. But that doesn't matter.
At some point, I should probably switch over from like Firefox to Chrome. But
yeah, what are you doing?
All right, more than 150
now
years.
Hit Control Plus because I can't read any of that.
Oh, okay. My bad.
There you
Is that
go.
better?
Yep.
What is this? My coworker got his papers from working on a golf course. They all had their guys living in sheds on their property. 15 years later, they still have all his documents, and someone uses his identity and using it is making over 100K. Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, this is like, these are the people that like, conservatives, want to make such like a screeching, moral condemnation of, the people that escape countries that we have economically defunct over and over, all the way up until like NAFTA. We talked about how terrible fucking NAFTA has been for places like Mexico, and and how this causes like our economic, how this contributes to our immigrant situation. And then they go through stuff like this, and you have some person from like the Hamptons or something like that acting like there's Mexican people coming in here to steal their welfare benefits or something.
Nearly 20 states have constitutions. Nearly 20 states have constitutions, include language permitting slavery and involuntary servitude as criminal punishment. It was the first to remove its language. Voters in Alabama, Louisiana, Tennessee, and Vermont. I forget, didn't Vermont get rid of it?
I don't know, man. I wasn't prepared for this rabbit hole, other than what happened to the migrant workers.
All right, well, we can end that. All right,
so
back to the book.
That just kind of gives us a little bit. Oh, Jesus Christ!
It's the cat.
Yeah, there's a cat. Let's see what we got here. Tip of the iceberg. All right. So that was what was going down in Georgia.
Because then he starts talking about the Stono Revolt, 1756 to 1763 war, which turned out to be a catastrophic victory for the British, weakening their European competitors as it emboldened their now liberated mainland colonists to the revolt in 1776. So it's just like, no matter which way it goes, somebody is losing, right? And it's just like the colonists can't win along with the British.
Right. Yeah, there's becoming a irreparable chasm between the desires of the colonists and of the mainland, London crown.
Yeah.
So these are the conditions which precipitated the Stono Rebellion, which we already watched a pretty good video on. We're not going to pull it back up. If you were here,
no, we're going to make you watch it again.
Yeah, and then we're going to watch it next week. But we'll bring up the wiki real quick, just to refresh everybody who may not have been here. So Stono Rebellion, also known as Cato's Conspiracy or Cato's Rebellion, was a slave revolt that began on September 9th of 1739 in the colony of South Carolina. It was the largest slave rebellion in the southern colonies, with 25 colonists and 35 to 50 Africans killed. Surprising was led by native Africans who were likely from the Central African Kingdom of Congo, as the rebels were Catholic and some spoke Portuguese. The leader of the rebellion, Jemmy, was a literate slave. In some reports, however, he was referred to as Cato, and likely was held by the Cato or Cater family who lived near the Ashley River and north of the Stono River. So if you just so that you know, this was like a big problem for the people in South Carolina, who were already extremely scared. Come on, it's time to go. Who were already extremely worried about the tales that they heard from the Caribbean about African insurrection that was being led against the slaveholders.
Right. To give people an idea of like what that Gerald Horne calls it the racial ratios of the Carolina at that time was that Negroes were 3 to 1 of all the crown's white subjects in this province. Insurrections, it was concluded morosely, have often been attempted and would at any time prove fatal if the French should instigate them. That same year, legislators mandated that patrols were required to search and, if necessary, break open all Negro houses and to take away any guns, swords, or weapons found there, though how such contraband reached Africans was left unsaid. And it's like, what? The swords and like guns and shit? What the fuck?
Yeah, so Stono Rebellion was not well received by the South Carolina colonists, and it resulted in the Negro Act of 1740, which was passed in the province of South Carolina during colonial governor William Bull's time in office. in response to the Stoner Rebellion in 1739. Comprehensive acts made it illegal for enslaved Africans to move abroad, assemble in groups, raise food, earn money, and learn to write, though reading was not proscribed. Additionally, owners were permitted to kill rebellious slaves if necessary. The act remained in effect until 1965. So you can see that this is like, as opposed to like maybe like relinquishing some of the repressive control that they had over African peoples living in their colonies. And like Gerald Horde said, maybe taking a note from the fact that everyone was fleeing there to go to Spain as opposed to to Spanish Florida, as opposed to vice versa. They just decided to increase the repressive measures and clamp down on the oppressive apparatus even more.
I think it's like Angola that has the gear with the machete, right?
I think that is Angola, yeah.
That's probably like still one of like the coolest fucking like
it's a good flag
ever.
Good flag. So yeah, we can see kind of like the Stoner Rebellion had like a massive effect on how they viewed the growing threat of slave rebellion, and how that they were now like cozying up with Spain to more effectively wage war against the British colonies. Let's see. Okay, so in terms of the fright in the region may have been so pervasive that few settlers bothered to deconstruct what was meant by white. As Georgia was being formed in the 1730s, Oglethorpe discovered that among his troops were some who had served previously for his Catholic Majesty, which is Spain, and others were Roman Catholic and ipso facto suspect. They had disclaimed allegiance to London and confessed to espionage with the aim of exciting a mutiny in the ranks, only served to increase religious national hostility. Oglethorpe was forced to foil an assassination plot against himself. The bullet whizzed by his shoulder, leaving a scorch mark on his uniform. So I bring that up just to illustrate that all the stuff that's happening with Africa and with Africans and their rebellions, this notion of an all-white Georgia, where they're bringing in just whatever person that can be, under this white umbrella to Georgia. There's people that actively want to blow this guy's head off because he's a British colonist. What's that?
I was gonna say also ipso facto just means like by the very fact.
Yeah. So
your Gerald Horne new word of the day. So, but yeah, like the constant element of trying to expand whiteness into people that are frustrated with the English crown is just a powder keg the entire time.
And this is illustrated right here when he says, New England was a true Frankenstein monster, building up France and Spain while Caribbean colonies could disappear at any moment. So this was like the tumultuous scenario that we have here in the 1730s to 1740 colonies. So also let's talk about Barbados for a second. So in the 1730s, the Bishop of London expressed shock about the high mortality rate of Africans in Barbados. Out of their stock of 80,000, there die every year 5,000 Negroes more than are born in that island. In effect, this people is under a necessity of being entirely renewed every 16 years. Inevitably, he thought this meant alarming insurrections of the slaves, now lately at Montserrat, which were merciful warnings of that just temporal vengeance, which in all probability would overtake the settlers. The sword has swung over their heads by a very slender thread, he warned. For in the region, there were 230,000 Negro slaves, and upon the highest calculation, probably too high in retrospect, the Europeans amounted to 90,000 souls. So that's about 2 to 3 times as many slaves as there are Europeans, which suggested how they were endangered, both from within and without, to the assaults of a foreign enemy and to the insurrection of their own slaves. That is like a huge, that lays it out right there. This is the entire issue with the colonies at this time, that they are under constant threat from the other colonies that seek to beat them for geopolitical power, and the slaves, which are like becoming just so who knows why? So why are they so restless? Who knows? You know what I mean? We can only speculate why the slaves are so restless and hostile. Yet, for the sake of a little private gain. So here's the next part that you put on that. For the sake of a little private gain, actually quite a lot in retrospect, enslavement by the colonists persisted rather than the employment of a certain proportion of white servants. So everybody's trying to bring in white servants, but because of just that like maniacal quest to accumulate profit, they're just bringing in more and more slaves, which will further destabilize the economy and potentially add to a deadly insurrection.
He repeats this point so many times that like I'm waiting for the chapter that is specifically here's where they get this.
That's actually what bothers me the most. That's actually what irritates me the most is that he's like developing this whole precarious situation that they keep leaning into, and nobody's listening to all the things that people are worried about. And other than 10, 20 here, 50 there, a couple hundred here, other than the Haitian slave revolt, it seems like they never really got punished for the stupidity of continuing to do this.
Right. It's just like you would think that at any point France and Spain just put on a unified front with like the indigenous people and just crush it. Just crush them. It never happened.
Yeah. It does seem like we're building to that, like the inevitable failure of this system. And unfortunately, it just doesn't happen. You just have like a white supremacist power structure just further establish itself. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. The United States gets way worse.
You'll never believe what happens next.
You're like, yeah, but then by let's say like the 1980s, this has to stop, right? And you're like, actually, worse.
Actually. 200 years going.
Way worse.
Oh, man.
So now we're going to jump back to Jamaica. If you guys remember, we talked about Jamaica a little bit. So now we're into the 1730s. By 1733, Jamaican settlers seemed on the verge of surrendering the entire enterprise to rebellious and runaway slaves. This is because of the Maroon Wars that were happening, which I have a video on that we'll watch. But the Maroon Wars were essentially runaway slaves that got up into the mountains where the honkies couldn't get up to, and they waged guerrilla warfare to the point that it irritated the British people so greatly that they ended up giving them nominal independence out there and just let them have autonomy if they just would stop killing colonists and like burning their crops and things like that. So rebellious and runaway slaves whose population had greatly increased and became more formidable in the northeast, northwest, and southwest, pretty much I guess all of it, parts of this land. To the great terror of His Majesty's subjects who had suffered by the frequent robberies, murders, and depredations committed by Africans. Soon it was expected that the western parts of this island will soon become the seat of an intestine war as well as the eastern. The Africans had devised considerable settlements of their own, causing Europeans to flee. To the great prejudice and diminution of His Majesty's revenues. His Majesty's revenues. A hefty bounty was to be awarded to any settler so bold as to kill or take alive these rebels, except where it shall be judged necessary to execute them as an example and terror to others. Thus, each barrack was to be duly provided with a sufficient gang of dogs for this unsavory purpose.
Trust me, Liar Judas. I think it was either the Spanish or the Portuguese that created like the racial caste system.
Spain, at least from the way that I understand it, and I've talked about this a couple times, but I'll say it again. The Spanish philosophy for slavery was anyone that wasn't a Christian or a Catholic or something like that. So then as they developed their slavery situations of encomienda, and there's another one that was alongside encomienda, which were these forced labor practices. But you could escape this by converting. So as these Spanish colonies progressed and the indigenous people became more and more attuned to the Spanish language and Spanish culture, they decided I'm just going to convert, baptize me. So now you can't enslave me anymore because you baptized me. So this necessitated the creation of another outgroup. So this is where you stopped being Christian or non-Christian and started being white or non-white. Thus, you changed it to an immutable characteristic, which then can be used as a hacienda system. No, it's maybe it is hacienda. Latifundia. It might be latifundia. Hold on, I can bring up my report on this real quick. I have a little thing that I wrote.
Actually, Liar Judas, as we've been reading, right, it was kind of part and parcel of the development of the American colonies while it was still an English colony.
Okay.
So as far as this goes, like, yes, they had been, like, you know, going savage on, like, you know, the Irish and the Scots and whatnot for a long extended period of time, but I think it lacks a little bit more of like that racial caste system that we're really starting to see come into fruition. What were you saying, Pat?
So in the Spanish colonies in Central and South America, it was encomienda and requirimiento. Here, I'll put it in chat.
Requirimiento?
Yeah. This is the other one that I had read about when I was writing this. But I mean, whiteness wasn't really invented or developed until after the colonization of the Americas. I would agree with that because the indigenous people initially, the colonization was beginning in what, like 1492, I guess you could say, with Hispaniola. But like I said, initially these indigenous people could escape the slavery, the slave status by converting. So then at some point after the colonization of the Americas, they changed it to not just being this type of thing that you could just convert out of, to an immutable physical characteristic that could not be converted from. I 100% believe it. You can go, there's like Wikipedia pages for both of these.
I'm just trying to, like, I feel like we're missing out, like, because if memory serves me correctly, right, like the whole reason, right, behind a lot of this, right, and this colonization and them having to...
Okay, so here's encomienda. This is specifically was a labor system for conquered non-Christian people. So that's kind of what I was...
Look at them.
What's that? What'd you say?
Encomienda was first established in Spain following the Christian conquest of the Moorish territories. Guess what year the Reconquista of the Moorish territories was?
When?
Like 1490. Like literally like a year or two before. But before, like, you know, going over to the Caribbean.
But then it was applied on a much larger scale during the Spanish colonization of the Americas and the Spanish Philippines.
Right.
So this was still the slavery de jure of the 1500s.
I can answer this one for you because
here it is. I actually spelled it wrong. So the death of encomienda repartimiento. I'm sorry how bad my Spanish is, but this was a colonial labor system imposed upon indigenous population of Spanish America. In concept, it was similar to other tribute labor systems such as Merida of the Incan Empire or Corvée of the ancient regime of France. Through the Pueblos and the Indios, the Amerindians, were drafted work for cycles of weeks, months, or years on farms, mines, or workshops and public projects. So this was kind of like the replacement of encomienda in the Spanish colonies.
Right. Well, I mean, like, it's just the constant goalpost shifting, whatever the fuck you want to call it, like that wall of whiteness, right? Constantly shifting, and the border constantly needs to be moved, right, to some other new field of, you know, immutable characteristics, right, to put someone above and someone, you know, below.
The establishment of an outgroup, so that with that outgroup you can dehumanize them to a degree where you can justify morally, not only in your own mind, because you might have some kind of like weird subconscious influence on your own mind that you need to, like, you know, make peace with the terrible things that you're doing with people, so you can convince yourself that they're not human, but also you can do this to the society which benefits from that exploitation. this still largely exists today. I feel like, especially after reading The Divide, you know what I mean? Many people with the most enlightened liberal sensibilities still probably think things like, the Congo is just such a corrupt, they just can't get it together. They just can't manage their own economy because they're just so or in Bolivia, they can't do it's like, it's just an extension of that mindset, in my opinion. Like, it's white man's burden with like a liberal twist on it.
Well, Mr. Balls, Africa's vast gold wealth was complemented by that of the South America's pre-European history. We read like the whole book of like The Divide that went over how Europe not just sabotaged Africa economically, right, and politically, and the Moors. I wouldn't say the Moors gave the Spanish the ability. I would, because they were literally like forced off of the Iberian Peninsula. But there was probably a lot that like they took from them.
So you want to watch this video about the Maroons?
Yeah, let's do it up.
All right.
I just might have to step away for 1 second.
It's okay, man. You can step away whenever you want. I have to pee all the time. All right. So this is the strange path of the Trelawney Moors. I said Moors because I read that we were just talking about the Moors so much. It's not the Trelawney Moors, it's the Maroons, not the Moors. I'm sorry about that.
The verb maroon means to trap or isolate someone, usually in an inaccessible place, like an island. Robinson Crusoe was marooned, and the passengers and crew of the SS Minnow were marooned. But the noun maroon is less well known. A maroon is an African in the Americas who escaped slavery and went on to form their own settlements, often with indigenous peoples and their descendants. There were maroon communities across the Americas, from North Carolina to Brazil. They would deliberately choose isolated and inaccessible locations to form settlements that formed their own culture and, in some cases, their own languages. And the history of Maroons in the Americas is broad, but perhaps the most well-known are the Maroons of Jamaica, who still maintain their cultural traditions today. And the extraordinary path of one group of Jamaican Maroons, the Maroons of Trelawney Town, which traverses 3 continents, is an almost forgotten part of history that deserves to be remembered. The first European to visit Jamaica was Christopher Columbus in May 1494 on his second voyage. Columbus had been told of the island while visiting Cuba and received an initially hostile reaction from the local Taino people. Columbus's first visit was brief, claiming the island for Spain. Columbus visited the island again during his less well-known fourth voyage. During that voyage, his most ambitious, he had explored the South American mainland in hopes of finally finding a passage to the East Indies. Finally, with his ships wearing out and damaged by a storm, the expedition was forced to ground their ships off Jamaica, being marooned. He was able to intimidate the local natives by using a mathematical ephemeris, or chart of celestial events, to predict a lunar eclipse in February 1504. After nearly a year on the island and withstanding an internal rebellion, the group was finally rescued in June and returned to Spain. Among the many accolades that Columbus received from the Spanish crown was possession for he and his descendants of the island of Jamaica. But Jamaica wasn't particularly well prized by the Spanish. There was no gold to be found on the island. The first permanent European settlement in Jamaica was established in 1509, settled on the order of Columbus's son Diego. The colonists fought with and enslaved the indigenous Taino people, who were also stricken by disease. Combination of death due to overwork and slaves and disease devastated the Taino numbers, which had been as high as 60,000 when Columbus first visited in 1494.
Did you even know about this? That like Jamaica was just like given to Christopher Columbus, and I guess his son like owned it.
I did not know about the son inheriting Jamaica.
Yeah, like just and then like you know what I mean? It's like an offshoot of like Christopher Columbus's like other genocidal causes, and then there was like this like indirect like, oh yeah, and then 60,000 people died because of it. Oh, we know this is him directly. Like, you know what I mean? Just like,
yeah.
so many things that just kind of get like swept to the side. Like, who can keep track of all the genocide that happened?
His literal legacy is just soaked in the blood of like people in the global south.
Yeah. No, who knows? You know what I mean? Like, who can keep track of it all, really?
The Spanish started importing black slaves as early as 1513 to make up for the shortage of labor. The first black slaves were likely not imported from Africa. Rather, they were taken from the Iberian Peninsula. The Reconquista, the Christian reconquest of Iberia, was completed in 1492, in what were then called black slaves from Spain. Black Muslims captured or enslaved during the Reconquista were used as labor in the Spanish colonies, as Spain was still recovering and had few resources to purchase African slaves. Almost from the start, black slaves imported to the Americas started escaping, often joining with indigenous peoples to form their own communities. Dr. Sultana Afraz, formerly of the University of the West Indies, notes that the topology and ecology of Jamaica was conducive to their hideouts and establishments, or that is to say, there might have been communities of escaped slaves in the mountains of Jamaica in the early 1500s. Jamaica was largely ignored by the Spanish, never developed by the Columbus family. It was mostly used as a station for supply for Spanish voyages and colonization on the mainland. While the native population was devastated, the Spanish colony was never large. In 1611, the population of the island was reported as 1,510. 588 were listed as black slaves, with another 107 free people of color, people of African or African and European descent who were not enslaved. The census listed just 74 Tainos. That count would not have included native Taino peoples and escaped slaves living in the island's interior. In 1654, during the period of the English Protectorate, Lord Protector Oliver Cromwell sent a fleet with the goal of capturing Spanish colonies in the West Indies. The so-called Western design was part of the Anglo-Spanish War, a war over competing trade empires, as well as a war between Protestant England and Catholic Spain. Cromwell was convinced that it was God's will that Protestantism should prevail and sent a significant English fleet to conquer the Spanish colony on Hispaniola under the command of Admiral William Penn, father of the founder of Pennsylvania. The so-called Western design, if remembered at all, is usually listed as a fiasco or a disaster. The fleet was supposed to capture the Spanish possession of Hispaniola and use that as a base to disrupt Spanish shipping throughout the Americas. The fleet included 18 warships and 20 transports carrying some 2,500 troops. More troops were gathered from British colonies in the Atlantic, and while that force was of impressive size, the troops were generally untrained, inexperienced, and poorly disciplined. The attack on Santo Domingo, the main Spanish settlement on Hispaniola, was a failure. The inexperienced English troops suffered in the tropical conditions, and the Spanish defenses had been strengthened after war with the Dutch. Having suffered several defeats attacking the town, the dejected British decided instead to attack the nearby, much less important and much less well defended, island of Jamaica. Outnumbered, the Spanish...
I love this too. It's like we just failed to take like this colony. We just failed to take San Domingo? The Dominican, I guess what would become like the Dominican Republic or Haiti, like that landmass. Like, we just failed like twice to take that. Let's just go fuck up Jamaica because like it doesn't have anything there.
Fuck it, we're already out here.
We can't go back. We can't go back and say
home empty-handed.
We can't go back and say we didn't do it.
Like that. Not to mention, like fucking. Is it just me, or is like this whole fucking century just dog shit? like literally from like 1690 something to like the end of the 1700s, it just all seems like fucking bullshit for everyone.
Largely retreated, but before they did, they let loose their cattle and their slaves. While there are almost certainly some communities of escaped slaves already on Jamaica, it was the British invasion of 1655 that would give rise to the diverse communities of Jamaican Maroons. The etymology of the word maroon is uncertain, but the most common explanation is that the English word was derived from the Spanish word cimarron, which was used to refer to feral cattle on Hispaniola. It may have been derived from a Taino word, cimarrabo, meaning roughly fugitive. The term came to be used for fugitive slave communities throughout the New World. The Maroon communities were located in remote and inaccessible areas where they would develop their own culture, leadership, and even languages. There were various groups that were independent of each other, surviving by subsistence farming, occasional raids on plantations, and some limited trade. Groups would sometimes come into conflict with each other as well. At first, the Jamaican Maroons assisted the Spanish in various attempts to retake Jamaica, tended to be highly effective fighters and raiders, having an intimate knowledge of the terrain, and largely owing to the alliance with the Maroons, the Spanish were able to frustrate British attempts to establish control of the island's interior. However, various Spanish attempts to retake the island were defeated. Finally, in 1659, a group of the Maroons decided to switch sides and ally with the British. They helped the British to track down the Spaniards on the island. Spanish realized they were defeated, largely abandoned the island, and officially ceded it to England in 1670. In exchange, the Maroons that allied with the British were given land rights on an equal basis with British settlers. The British used the island for sugar plantations.
This is kind of what's bringing up, it's not even like the British didn't have the capacity. Like, it was like some like unthinkable charter of their colonies that could like ever like allow black people to live in some kind of like equation to English settlers. It's like right from the bat, from the 1600s, they were like willing to do that if their hand was forced to. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and so it's like all this that can be said about abolition, or like the enlightened abolition that happened in the coming centuries. They've been doing this since the 1600s. They could have done it all along.
Well, I mean, like, that's the thing, though, is that they did it in order to crank down, like, to prevent them, their settlers, right, their European settlers, from working with, right, free black people and slaves, right, from Bacon's Rebellion, right? And then, like, they were more than willing this entire time to have them fighting, like, in their armies, right? The entire fucking time. We have numerous stories so far where, like, white colonists are looking at, like, black dudes in red coats and shit, beating the shit out of, like, fucking white dudes in the street and being like, oh my God!
Labor-intensive industry for which they imported large amounts of slaves from West Africa. The draw of the Maroons and various slave revolts meant that the Maroon communities were fed by a constant supply of runaway slaves, and the Maroons became roughly divided between the Windward group on the east side of the Blue Mountains and a Leeward group to the west. The Maroons would occasionally raid plantations, and there were various conflicts between the Maroons and the British, including campaigns in the 1670s and 80s led by then Lieutenant Governor of the island and notorious privateer Henry Morgan.
Like
the conflict between the government and the Maroons slowly grew more heated, and in the 1730s, the British made a concerted effort to eradicate the Maroon settlements in order to stop raids on British plantations and facilitate settlement. But the Maroons were skilled warriors. They knew the territory well. The British were largely frustrated by their effective guerrilla warfare, although the conflict, which came to be known as the
guerrilla warfare, just won't stop being effective.
Stop, like, not being effective, but it seems to be the thing that just the English just can't.
Yeah, their knickers get in a twist. The knickers just get in a twist, and they get frustrated, and like
they won't just line up in formation. Why won't they just get into large squares and shoot at us on an open field?
The downfall of the English Empire.
It really is.
Just
like
being
well
in
into like the 80s.
First Maroon War was costly to the Maroon communities as well. The war was finally settled with a series of treaties signed in 1739 and 40 that granted the Maroons recognition and land rights. The treaties also obliged the Maroons to assist the British.
I like this guy. Like, he just got his hands out. Like, come on.
Come on, just guys, come on.
Yeah, can you just knock it off?
Can you just let us? Can you
just
let us
slaves?
Can you just let please?
Both fighting uprisings and returning fugitive slaves. It was dissatisfaction over some of the terms of those treaties, as well as heavy-handed British actions. The British were paranoid about a slave revolt following revolts in nearby Santo Domingo that eventually led to the 1795 Second Maroon War. Members of one of the largest of the Maroon communities, Trelawney Town, had a grievance over how a couple of Maroons had been treated over the purported theft of a pig, and the British mishandled the situation, and it escalated into open warfare. The Leeward Maroons remained neutral, and some of the Windward Maroons actually supported the British. But despite being outnumbered 10-1, the Trelawney Maroons achieved success the way the Maroons always had, using their superior knowledge of the terrain and guerrilla tactics. Despite overwhelming numbers, as many as 5,000 British troops were opposing maybe 500 Maroons, the British were unable to defeat the Maroons and set on a strategy of trying to cut them off from supply. The ongoing conflict caused significant damage to the island's economy, damaged many British plantations. When the British imported 100 bloodhounds from Cuba, the Maroons decided to surrender, but under the agreement that they would not be deported. But the Jamaican governor decided not to respect the terms of the surrender that had been negotiated by the military commander, George Walpole. And much to Walpole's disgust, they decided to deport the Trelawney Maroons. But that began a very bizarre adventure, because not knowing what to do with the Trelawney Maroons, the Jamaican government decided to send them to Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia had a unique legacy during the Revolutionary War.
Back the fuck up. Back the fuck up. Pause.
Yeah.
Pause. What?
Yeah. Send them all to fucking Nova Scotia, man. This is what it's called, the strange path of the Trelawney Maroons. It's a ridiculous story of how things happened.
I feel like there's like way more interesting shit in history than like we're led on to believe.
I know.
Like in high school and middle school.
And there's probably like relics of this happening. Like if you went to Nova Scotia, there's probably like neighborhoods of like Jamaica, like it's like Jamaica Queens, but in Nova Scotia, where they're like, oh yeah, my forefathers were the Maroons.
Right.
And people be like, what the fuck are you
how
talking
like
about?
weebs love to bring up like that one dude, I think he was like African or something, that like became a samurai, or he was like an escaped slave or something, right? That became a samurai. It's like the one story that like everybody like loves to fucking bring up, but like meanwhile there's like who knows how many of like these dudes just like, I was like, Jamaican rebelling against like the British government, and now I'm in Nova Scotia.
Now I'm, I guess, in Nova Scotia, which I don't even know where it is.
I think that's Canada, right?
No, and it's like Newfoundland area, like Nova Scotia, Newfoundland. Yeah, it's Canada. I don't know. Yeah. It might be its own country. No, it's definitely
Canadians
not.
in chat. We need Rob Rousseau in chat.
The province of Canada.
All right, just making sure.
There's a Nova Scotia research
want
stream.
More like fucking.
Yeah, I said Newfoundland. I said it was near Newfoundland.
Yeah. I knew it was on like the East Coast.
Newfoundland is wait, which one is Trailer Park Boys? Is it Nova Scotia?
Is Trailer Park Boys in Nova Scotia?
Yeah. Wait. Yeah, it's the main setting of Trailer Park Boys. Nova Scotia.
Yeah, okay. All right.
See?
Apparently,
you tried to fucking accuse me of not knowing about Nova Scotia.
I don't
Meanwhile, I'm here bringing the fucking heat.
I don't know a goddamn thing about Canada besides whatever like Rob Rousseau fucking streams about like every couple weeks. I don't know a goddamn thing about Canada.
I would imagine almost everywhere in Canada was violently suppressed to make it like the white, like the settler colonial empire.
Yeah,
I use the word empire loosely, but in global context, I mean, Canada's, especially with their current mining companies in Guatemala and Burkina Faso, I think we can say they're empire-ish.
They are still also in what the fuck is it? Not even just Guatemala, but also Africa.
Burkina Faso.
They're also incredibly violent and still like actively genociding, indigenous people. Right, they're constantly still trying to fuck the Algonquin people, out of their rights to the land. Pam Palmetter streams about that a lot.
Yeah, so we're gonna jump back over here to the old video, which just took a very interesting turn. I'm sorry to bring up Trailer Park Boys.
More bow tie man.
It's not bad, right?
No, I'm honestly surprised. I was expecting something incredibly different from that fit.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good.
British offered escaped slaves freedom if they would join the British Army in the war. Although the policy was inconsistent, escaped slaves were often returned to loyalist masters. Many thousands of Black Americans fought on the side of the British in the war and were evacuated after the war. Some were sent to London, others to the Caribbean, even Jamaica, and around 4,000 were sent to Nova Scotia, where many loyalist refugees of the Revolution were relocated. Thus, the Trelawney Maroons were sent to join the Black Loyalists in an African community in Canada, arriving in July 1796. The transition had not always been smooth for the Black Loyalists. Competition over jobs led to riots in Shelburne, Nova Scotia in 1784, in which several homes of Black Loyalists were destroyed. The Shelburne riots are considered to be among the first race riots in North America. For the Trelawney Maroons, whom the Jamaican authorities had sent to Nova Scotia without consulting the Nova Scotia government, not only was there friction with the white community in Nova Scotia, but they had to face unfamiliar climate and culture.
That's fucking amazing.
There's some dock captain. There's some like dock workers, like a guy with a clipboard, like where like the ships are coming into like Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia's so tiny. I imagine it's one guy. And he's like, wait, what the fuck?
Like,
how did you bring me 60,000 rebellious
Jamaican Maroons coming off? Right. Fucking Jesus Christ. Like, they literally pulled a what the hell is his name? He literally just did that with all those Venezuelan people on like the planes and shit.
I have no
the
idea.
fucking chat, help me out here. The guy that is DeSantis. DeSantis just brought like all those like, you know, Venezuelan people like on a plane to like fucking parts of Florida and shit like that.
The Martha's Vineyard thing?
Without telling anybody. He told nobody.
Yeah.
And he like, you know, set up these ads where he's like, you know, come sign up for this. We'll get you a job. No, he's literally doing it as just like a fucking PR stunt. And like these people are just uprooted out of like their entire lives and are now just basically stuck in various parts of the US.
Apparently he told Fox.
Well, yeah, he told Fox, but not the people that like, you know, live there. And yeah, it was Martha's Vineyard, is the place that he originally brought them all to. Yeah, he's another one.
Mm-hmm. Dude, wouldn't it be so funny? Dude, can you imagine the look on his face when the many ships carrying the thousands and thousands of deported rebels arrived to the small and obscure island of Nova Scotia in the fucking Arctic Ocean? Can you imagine the look on their faces?
I can't imagine being like a maroon going from like, you know, tropical Jamaica to like
Jamaica. What
is this frozen barren hell?
Yeah, I can't believe, and yeah, dude, I don't know. Let's say, because this isn't the last place.
Yeah,
the Maroons were given land to farm. Some were put to work on roads and work on the colony's defensive fortification, Halifax Citadel. The British government provided a stipend for a school. The particularly harsh winter of 1796 and 97 convinced many of the Trelawney Maroons that Canada was no place for Jamaicans. In one of their appeals, they argued that the maroon cannot exist where the pineapple is not. But the government in Jamaica wouldn't allow them to return, and so in August of 1800, the Trelawney Maroons were set on another bizarre voyage, this time to a place called Freetown. Like the Maroons, many of the Black Loyalists of Nova Scotia had struggled with both the climate and the economic conditions. In the late 18th century, some of the Black Loyalists of Nova Scotia decided to join a venture to create a colony that Great Britain had established in West Africa. A settlement had been formed in 1787 in order to settle some of the so-called Black Poor of London, a growing population of a Black underclass with a diverse background, but which also included Blacks freed during the American Revolution. The settlement had struggled, stricken by disease and starvation and conflict with local tribes. In 1792, some 1,200 of the Black Loyalists from Nova Scotia had chosen to give up on Canadian winters and take their chances in the settlement in West Africa. While they had built a successful settlement, life was still challenging and growing tension arose over the lack of supplies from Britain and a system of taxation that kept settlers perpetually in debt. The colony had gone into rebellion, purportedly under the leadership of a slave who had formerly been owned by George Washington. When the Trelawney Maroons arrived in May of 1800, in an ironic twist, the British employed the Maroons to put down the rebellion. In exchange for putting down the revolt, the Trelawney Maroons were given the best land and houses, and today their descendants are part of the Sierra Leone Creole culture. Their bizarre track to be enslaved in West Africa, sent to Jamaica to work on a plantation, escaped to the Jamaican mountains to become a Maroon, only to be deported to Canada and then sent back to West Africa, is symbolic of the deprivations and cultural shock that came with the victims of the Atlantic slave trade. And the fact that they were used to put down a revolt of other free blacks from the Americas shows they're both their own divided loyalties and their complex history. And in another bizarre twist, when in 1833 the British passed a law that largely banned slavery throughout the empire, the sugar plantations in Jamaica faced a labor shortage, and some of the descendants of the Trelawney Maroons in Sierra Leone relocated back to Jamaica in order to work those plantations. And they have grouped up to live in a town called Flagstaff, which is very near the original location of Trelawney Town. Today, the Jamaican Maroons are a semi-autonomous cultural group that still lives on land that was granted to them in the treaties after the First Maroon War in 1740. And their unique culture, a mixture of African, European, and American, continues to impact societies on both sides of the Atlantic. I hope you enjoyed this episode of The History Guy.
That was fucking wild.
So that's the fucking Maroons from Jamaica. Yeah. Interesting little divergent there. Well, I mean, it's relevant to what we're talking about, but
I mean, the Maroons do come up like at least every chapter, at least once they get mentioned.
Well, Jamaica is one of the most significant like insurrection points during this time. There's a lot of unrest in Jamaica.
Yeah, and you know, it's one of the few places that changed hands so far during like so far in the book. It's like the only place that he's talked about that has changed from a Spanish colony to an English colony. Everything else has remained still like, you know, the 13 colonies are British controlled, and Florida is still under Spanish control. Hispaniola is still under Spanish control, you know, and the French are just somewhere floating around.
Yeah. All right. So that's like my conclusion of the that chapter. The next, and now I have stuff for the next chapter, which is the Stono Uprising, which we have touched base on, which gets brought up in the past chapter, but then this chapter is so yeah, like you said, it's not exactly the most linear pattern of information that you receive from this book, but you know, I think we're making the best of it, and we're bringing up some good points just to keep in mind about the whole era and things that are happening. So what he does say is that the Stono Rebellion arrived at a supremely inopportune moment for the settlers. It was during those tense days that word arrived in Charleston that a war with Spain had erupted, and it did not require a seer to imagine that the two events were interconnected. So yeah, apparently there was Spanish people or Spanish like dignitaries like visiting South Carolina right prior to the Stono Rebellion, which fomented a lot of unrest and uneasiness that the Spanish were like influencing slaves to rise up, which actually I think there is some evidence for.
Where the hell is it? Didn't he say at one point that like a lot of the like, you know, slaves would have spoken the same language as the they were from like what is it, not Angola, was it Angola, where like, you know, they spoke Portuguese, and like he compares Portuguese and Spanish to like Scottish like, and English.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why they still think that like no they definitely did it.
Yeah, that was all part of the conspiracy, was that they all spoke, that they were, a large number of them were from Angola and they spoke Portuguese, which is very similar to Spanish, so they could communicate with Spanish colonists that could motivate them to you know, embark on this murderous rebellion. Not necessarily murder. I don't know if murder is the right word for that. So let's see here. So weeks after Stono, so this was very upsetting to many of the colonists. Weeks after Stono, policymakers in Charleston remained in an uproar, fretting that their deserted slaves now in St. Augustine might rise in rebellion against them. So demolition of that place would free us from the danger for the future. If we do not take this opportunity of attacking Augustine while it's weak, said Oglethorpe, if you remember him, with sweeping portent. Portent, I believe, just means like projection, like predicting, right?
Something like that, yeah.
All North America, as well as Carolina and this province, will feel it severely. Their settlements could not long survive when Negroes are encouraged to massacre their masters. Quite sensitive to this crisis, Governor James Glenn, a native of Scotland, who served from 38 to 56, was obsessing about yet another fire in Charleston and wondering how far this accident may encourage our Negroes and other enemies to form some dangerous scheme. So we can see that tensions are high. People are very worried. They're clutching their pearls. They're worried about insurrections. They're worried about Spain. Everything's kind of coming down. It's very unstable. And then this leads to that act that I talked about earlier, the 1740 Act, that pretty much, instead of like maybe lightening or, granting freedom or land or any of these things to try to remedy the situation, they repress harder. They clamp down even harder. They take away more rights, and they encourage more and more executions and beatings of African slaves to try to get them to, I guess, behave.
And while you're at it, import more slaves. Keep them coming.
Yeah. Yeah. More slaves also.
and more.
So these Africans, Glenn emphasized, were more formidable enemies than Indians can ever be, as they speak our language and would never be at a loss for intelligence. Pretty progressive statement for a slaveholder. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's a regular Muldoon.
So this is the special part of this, is that Africans were now ranked higher as a threat than Indians or Spaniards. This was quite telling, an indication of the dismal failure of the slave trade reforms, in that these measures had created a massive danger to security.
Trying to find that part. Are we at Peter Gordon yet?
I don't know. I have like snippets of just what I take, and like I might have looked over something that you found like really interesting.
Like there's this one part where he's quoting the eminent settler Peter Gordon demanded enslaved Africans and dismissed European servants as, quote, the very scum and refuse of mankind, trained up in all sorts of vice, often loaded with bad distempers. As early as 1735, one prominent settler was arguing that it was, quote, next to an impossibility to proceed with the original blueprint. The Europeans were unaccustomed to the hot climate and could not bear the scorching rays of the sun. There was a great deal of difference between the expense of white servants and of Negroes, for Negroes can endure this climate without any clothes. Yet another savings. What the fuck? Whereas white men must be clothed. As for diet, it cost less to feed Africans. European poor were generally indented for 4 or at most 5 years, while Africans were in bondage eternally. Frequent running away was easier for Europeans. Of course, said this settler, they did not intend to commit the error of Charleston and allow for a great number of Africans, but excluding them altogether was ridiculous.
Yeah, that's another funny thing about this whole, like, oh yeah, and this is me. My name, obviously my name's Patrick. I'm an Irish person, and like, this whole thing where it's like, but the Irish were slaves too, type of thing is like, dude, if you were an Irish indentured servant and you ran to the next town and then you're just like, hey, what's up? I'm a free man. No, I'm not I was never an indentured servant. Don't worry about that. I'm just looking for
Irish.
work.
No.
Yeah.
I grew up near Irish.
Yeah, like a black guy can't do that.
No.
A black guy can't just hop to the next town and be like, oh yeah, no, I was never a slave.
No. And not even that, like, it's not like your kid is going to be born into indentured servitude. Whereas, like, the child of a slave, they are born into slavery.
Yeah.
They are taken from them.
Well, it even says you're only indented for like 5 or 6 years, and then you can go on about your business.
And go about your business.
Go about your business.
The only place where Irish people were being slaves was like Libya, Syria. That's where y'all were slaves.
So the fears of the settlement, Bull captured the fears of his settlement when he lamented how slave property had become so very precarious and uncertain. This property has become so precarious and uncertain. I just can't figure out, like, why do, like, I have all these other properties such as my implements and my clothes, and they're so predictable. I'm so certain about what they do. These human property are so unpredictable and violent at times. I just don't understand.
Well, I mean, like that one dude you were quoting before about how, like, you know, they are actually like more clever than you think. Reminds me of like fucking Muldoon in Jurassic Park talking about the Velociraptor. Clever Gale.
This property had become so precarious and uncertain to the point where their Negroes, which had been their chief support, may in little time become their enemies, if not their masters. And the ruling elite would be unable to withstand it or prevent it. A plaintive cry that became ever more insistent as the two major mainland trends were revealed more dramatically. As London moved steadily towards abolition, settlers began thinking more and more that the crown was at least unreliable and even capable of aligning with Africans to corral the colonists. So now you can really see where the beginnings of like the independence movement are coming from, is that these colonists are now looking at London as like an inadequate mediator to the issues that they're having, and may even side with this abolitionist take that may get them all killed by insurrectionist slaves that are now free.
Right. Well, I mean, it was both sides too, because it, quote, it would have been understandable if London viewed its colonists as ungrateful wretches, demanding expenditure to protect against rampaging indigenes and Africans and European foes, while cutting deals with the latter in particular. Quote, our sugar islands are in a declining condition, warned one Londoner in 1738, chiefly by the increase of the French settlements, buoyed by mainland treachery. If Caribbean colonies were weakened, the same fate could befall on the mainland, which could then ricochet across the Atlantic to destabilize forts in Africa, which, like falling dominoes, could then endanger London itself. Yet colonial planters wondered why they could not send their produce directly to buyers, as they continued to question the very essence of colonialism itself. So we had an opportunity, folks. There was an opportunity at one point to we could have done away with the United Kingdom like 300 years ago. All right? And we chose not to. We fucked up. All right? We chose poorly.
Yeah. So Bull goes on to say that surely, this is more on that statement. Surely, if influential colonists were mulling the aligning with Africa, if influential colonists were mulling the wrenching possibility of the Africans becoming their masters of the settlers, a mind-boggling turn of events still difficult to imagine even today, it minimally presupposed that the redcoats would not ride to their rescue. It was Bull who led the rhetorical charge against Spanish Florida and its encouragement of Negro restiveness, denouncing the unsettling reality that in mid-1740 many Africans had already deserted and others were encouraged to do the same. And even those who have committed the most inhumane murders are there harbored, entertained, and caressed. Bull should have been forced to consider that if Spaniards were caressing Africans while his compatriots were lashing them, the elite Carolinians should have adopted a more benign approach. But that was incompatible with their obtaining colonial enterprise that mandating brutalizing of the enslaved.
Right, because like there's no making it nicer. You know what I mean? Like it's inherently reliant on them just being brutal in order to get the kind of like profit maximization that makes them valuable at all.
Yeah. And then it goes on to say, this is like a nice little like summary of this. Stono, which was the rebellion, showed that Africans were straining to be free of the Union Jack as well, while profit-hungry settlers were willing to sell the rope that might be used to encircle their pasty necks.
Their supple, pasty necks.
And like this is actually just repeated like ad nauseum here in this chapter. Just like I said, okay, so Stono showed Africans were straining to be free, and the profit-hungry settlers were willing to sell the robe that might be used to encircle their necks. Then it goes to say that slavery and the slave trade had become a terribly addictive drug, regularly delivering the mindless euphoria of stupendous profit, while simultaneously threatening the survival of colonialism. So it just kind of says the same thing in another way there. Let's see what else we got here.
Meanwhile, in London.
Oh, here's a funny thing, too. Options for the crown were narrowing. Evidence was emerging that in light of the calamity in Jamaica, settlers were not only liquidating their holdings, but were now selling Africans at fire sale prices to the Spaniards. So, like, you have all these, like, this stuff with the Maroon Wars, and settlers are just jumping ship. They're like, dude, we're out of Jamaica. We're going to fucking Rhode Island or Charleston or wherever we're going to go. We're done here. We got a bunch of slaves. Who wants them? So then Spain, who is in Florida being like, yeah, release them down here. We'll make them free. They're like, oh, what? You got some slaves? Oh, cheap slaves? All right. We'll
take them. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
so they're still buying people.
Taking them to Florida.
Yeah.
So those assholes that, like, you know, fucking used and abused you and treated you like shit.
Yeah,
I know it sucks that you're not home anymore, but they're just due north.
You want to kill some of them? We'll let you. You want a gun? I'll give you a gun.
Yo, here's a rifle. Here's a uniform. I know. No, it's the same uniform everybody wears. You don't have to wear a different one. Here's a whole fort.
You guys can do it. So
by 1735, London had begun to wonder if perhaps Virginians might want to elasticize their notion of privilege by maybe emulating the Spaniards, as London would feel constrained to do by placing Africans among the redcoats, by expanding the franchise to include the free Negroes and persons defined as mulattoes. This would erode an advantage held by Madrid, thus enhancing the viability of Virginia itself. London's man could not comprehend why one free man should be used worse than another merely upon account of his complexion. Why strip these groups of those rights which are so justly valuable to every free man? He wondered. Emphasis original.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's the thing you got to remember is that, like, sure, you know, like the Spaniards are being ever so mustache twistingly dastardly as, like, you know, taking slaves that are being sold at fire sale prices from Jamaica, right, and then bringing them to Spanish Florida, right? But it's not as if the Spanish aren't also practicing slavery outside of Florida. It's not as if France isn't practicing slavery literally right in Hispaniola.
Yeah. So getting towards the end of this chapter here, despite the imminent threat to security brought by the presence of so many Africans, like hopelessly hooked addicts, there were those who were so enamored with the slave trade that they were willing to risk life itself in search of its magnificent profits. What is startling about the Carolina-Georgia border is that the juncture is now droningly repetitive where the problems are. I highlighted this because he said it. Droningly repetitive. It is droningly repetitive. It's droningly repetitive to read it. I'm sure it's droningly repetitive to hear me and Johnny fucking talk about it, about all the things here. But this is what this book is about. It has a thesis and it has a staggering amount of evidence to just corroborate that. And the allegations that we've been making since the beginning are just brought up again and again and again. So one more time. What is startling about the Carolina-Georgia border at this juncture is how droningly repetitive were the problems and how, just as repeatedly, there were concentrated attempts to evade these same problems. The increased presence of Africans served to increase insecurity, inspire Madrid, heighten the military burden on London, and incite further secessionist strains within its colonies. So that's what you got to keep in mind here. That's like overall what's being established again and again and again.
Yeah.
So ultimately, all of this culminates in the 1742 invasion of Georgia and South Carolina by the Spanish. So by December 1741, the Royal Navy was advising that the coast of North Carolina is very much infested with Spanish privateers who have even landed in the country and carried off hogs and black cattle to the great terror of the inhabitants of those parts. By May 1742, Don Juan Francisco de Guimez y Horcasitas was coolly and competently advising that he was expecting at the very least that his forces will, without the slightest hindrance, forthwith destroy all the plantations as far as Port Royal, in the process of seeking to lay waste to Carolina and its dependencies. Part of his far-reaching plan involved trying to find a mean to notify the Negroes so they could effectively collaborate in the cause. effectually of which would certainly mean the complete success of Madrid's plans. So there is evidence of Spanish generals being like, tell the Negros, tell them we're coming. Let them know that they can fucking join in on this if they want to.
Also, I know we kind of skipped over it a little bit, but there was one slave uprising that happened in the Danish-controlled islands in the Caribbean. I don't think we have to play it, but if you want, you can skip to the 24-minute mark in that YouTube video that I just posted in chat.
Can you send it to me in Discord, please?
They didn't want to get rid of slavery. They kind of just wanted to. They literally were like killing slave masters, but they wanted to replace them, not end it. Allegedly.
Are you telling chat that they can skip to that part, or are you saying for us?
Oh no, I'm saying to chat. Like if they want to check that out later, it's a pretty good, it's a pretty good, little mini documentary. It's like less than an hour total, but it's about the St. John slave revolt of 1733.
So this is kind of like the culmination of all that tension that we were talking about. Obviously there's been a lot of portenting, as Gerald Horne likes to say, about these antagonisms between Spain and England and how they were growing in the colonies and how Africans played a part in that. This is what eventually came to invasion of Georgia, 1742. 1742 invasion of Georgia. Spanish forces based in Florida attempted to seize and occupy disputed territory held by the British colony of Georgia. The campaign was part of a larger conflict, which became known as the War of Jenkins' Ear.
I have a video on that if you need.
Local British forces under the command of the governor James Oglethorpe rallied and defeated the Spaniards at the Battle of Bloody Marsh and the Battle of Gully Hole Creek, forcing them to withdraw. Britain's ownership of Georgia was formally recognized by Spain in the subsequent Treaty of Madrid. I was looking to see anything about Africans or slaves involved in this. It didn't really say anything, but it does show that there were indigenous people that were in it. You want to watch this?
Sure. It's only like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Casualties, light. Just a light amount of casualties.
Like it's a weather report.
Not a lot.
The War of Jenkins' Ear was a skirmish for smuggling and piracy in the West Indies, called King George's War. It started in 1751 when the Spanish Coast Guard stopped the boat of British merchant Robert Jenkins in the West Indies. The Spanish officers claimed he was trespassing through their waters and proceeded to search his ship. A vicious fight broke out. One of the Spanish agents sliced off Jenkins' ear and told him to present it to the English king. When Jenkins displayed his severed ear to the House of Commons, public opinion turned against Spain. 8 years later, in 1739, England declared war against Spain. By 1742, the War of Jenkins' Ear escalated into the War of the Austrian Succession. It spread to America, where the European powers
That's why I played
France and Spain fought over territories and trade routes. Since they saw the conflict as a war among European monarchs, the colonists referred to it as King George's War. France and Spain fought England. Battles raged from Georgia's plantations to the trading posts of Canada and into the French-owned Louisiana Territory. Thousands of British colonists also fought for England. After a ragtag colonial army led by William Pepperell of Massachusetts managed to capture the French fortress of Louisbourg in Nova Scotia, England won the war. The Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle was signed by England, France, and Spain. The Massachusetts colonists were outraged when England returned the hard-won fortress of Louisbourg to France.
Often at the peace treaties, what happens is that colonies will simply be swapped, which of course makes it even more dangerous from the point of view of the colonists, because the idea that their interests come last, that if it makes sense for the crown to simply hand over something, the crown will do that.
Although the British had won King George's War, their concession of Louisburg ensured that the French would remain powerful in North America for another 2 decades.
Wow, all that over a fucking ear, huh?
I mean, I'd be pretty mad if somebody cut off my ear. I'd go back and I'd get my boys, and I'd be like, "That motherfucker took off my ear. Let's go, get the guns, or whatever we have at this point." So that kind of brings us to at least like my conclusion of this chapter. And again, just to remind everybody, did you have anything more? I mean, I think that invasion is like kind of like where it all ends, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like there was like a lot of talk about like, you know, that Oglethorpe coming upon Fort Mose, right? And he was like
St. Augustine.
Yeah, he was like all wigged out about like, you know, fucking they're wearing the same uniforms and everything.
Yeah, that the Africans were wearing the same uniforms as the Spaniards. Yeah. So we will be coming back next week with Black Shirts and Reds by Michael Perenni. So keep that in mind, please. And also we will be finishing Counter Rev probably in about 2 weeks. We're just going to finish it on the back end and come when we're finished and do a conclusion on it. Did we want to break into some Sankara content in remembrance and in honor of his birthday? Wait, okay, there we go. The Philippines are rich. Chile is rich.
There.
What are you doing?
I made it. I made a little thingy on the bottom.
Okay. So here, let's do this together. Let's figure out what to put on. Let's see what we should do here. Obviously, I could just read from this extremely based book that everybody should get, and we will be covering this one day. Like one day, we're just under a torrential downpour of books that we want to read on the stream. Obviously, this would be a fantastic one. I'm getting so much glare from my ring light, so I'm holding it sideways like this. But this is quite. Liar Judas. I actually said that. You're talking about the upright man, the upright man. It's like 52 minutes.
Do you need the link for that?
No, I got it right here.
Nah.
Let's do it. Maybe we'll get through the whole thing. Maybe we won't.
Who knows? If we do, we do. If we don't, we don't. You know, let's just make this like an easy, you know, going stream for like the next like fucking hour. Anybody that wants to like, you know, flex on their Sankara knowledge, like do it up in chat. You know, let's have a nice, easy going one.
Judas, are you saying that it's a different one? Thomas Sankara Speaks. Are you saying it's a different documentary than this one? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I'm sorry. You're acting them. Okay. Sorry about that.
De quoi nourrir? Nous pouvons dépasser même notre production, malheureusement.
Yes, that's exactly the book I held up. Thank you. Yeah, you saw it. I saw what you're saying. When you said CC, I thought you were saying closed caption. Like, I thought you were saying find the YouTube video called Thomas Sankara Speaks with closed caption. But now I see that you meant Cinnamon Challenge. That you were just referring to Cinnamon Challenge, which I appreciate. Thank you.
Does this video have closed captions though?
Yeah, you can't see it?
Par manque d'organisation, nous sommes encore obligés de tendre la main pour demander des aides alimentaires.
I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a drink.
Qui nous bloquent, qui nous inspirent, qui installent dans nos esprits cette habitude, ces réflexes de mendiant, d'assister.
Upper Volta, 1983. Thomas Sankara is brought to power by a coup supported by one of the poorest peoples on our planet. Behind a military uniform and a Marxist discourse, Africa discovers a young and dynamic leader, ready to put his innovative ideas at the service of his fellow citizens. Thomas Sankara gives a new name to his country, Burkina Faso, which means the land of upright men.
Il y en a qui se battent maintenant contre l'impérialisme. L'impérialisme, regardez dans vos
You good
assiettes,
liar.
quand vous
We'll be
mangez
here for a minute.
les grains de riz, de maïs, de mil importés. C'est ça l'impérialisme. N'allez pas plus loin.
Little by little, Sankara takes his country out of misery, achieves food self-sufficiency, but clashes with the French who want to keep control over their former colonies. Above all, they want to avoid by all means that Sankara's ideas spread throughout the region.
La France ne comprend pas l'Afrique. Et il est grand temps qu'elle la comprenne.
Qui ici ne souhaite pas que la dette soit purement et simplement effacée? Celui qui ne le souhaite pas, il peut sortir, prendre son avion et aller tout de suite à la Banque mondiale, payer. Tous nous souhaitons.
Thomas Sankara is attacked by those in the north as well as in the south who benefit from Africa's underdevelopment. His closest collaborator, Blaise Compaoré, with the support of foreign powers, will betray him. Killed for his ideas, Thomas Sankara has become the African Che in the eyes of African youth today.
Pour le grand combat patriotique, pour l'avenir radieux de notre pays, la patrie ou la mort, nous vaincrons.
Didn't he have like a handgun given to him, like it was Shay's or something?
At the beginning of the 1980s, Upper Volta is part of the former French colonies of Western Africa. With no access to the sea, bordered up north by a desert, the country is poverty-stricken. The standard of living of the inhabitants is disastrous. Seen as a reservoir of cheap labor, they
Which,
are
for all of
invited
our
to work in
regulars,
the neighboring
should
country,
know from us reading
a resourceful region largely exploited by the
Jackson
French.
Hickle's The Divide. Not
Thanks
Jackson.
to a series of
Jason Hickle.
incompetent and corrupt leaders, Upper Volta has not evolved at all since it achieved independence in 1960.
Thanks, Sam.
In contrast with most African leaders who exploit their country's meager resources for their personal benefit, Sankara launches upon a series of measures unheard of on the continent. His first move, to cleanse the power structures of all social injustice. He reduces the salaries of ministers and chief public servants, starting with his own. From now on, public servants are no longer driven around in expensive Mercedes, but in cheaper cars. Not a single privilege remains to government officials.
Tous les ministres étaient censés voyager en deuxième classe parce que Thomas avait dit vous êtes en première classe ou en deuxième classe. Quand l'avion atterrit, vous atterrissez en même temps. Quand il décolle, vous décollez en même temps. Donc, ce n'est pas la peine de gaspiller l'argent.
Wait, Mr. Balls, you've never heard of Thomas Sankara?
S'offrir la première classe pour avoir le plaisir de boire du champagne en première classe et autres.
The measures implemented by Sankara change the face of the country. With the aim of creating a fairer state, he embarks on a drastic plan to ban unions and opposition parties.
Good.
He puts an end to colonial taxes and shakes the foundations of the feudal power of traditional chiefs over the farmers. Under this apparent display of communism, Sankara educates his people through political slogans and gives them the opportunity to participate in the making of their own country. To perpetuate revolutionary ideas, young people are trained in the pioneers movement.
Les pionniers étaient la base de la révolution.
Oh, yeah, no, he was definitely
Donc, c'est là
inspired
où
by
on
revolutionary
retrouvait la
China.
jeunesse qui avait moins de 12 ans, qu'il fallait former idéologiquement et politiquement de leur jeune âge, de telle sorte que quand ils vont devenir grands, qu'ils soient contre les idées néfastes, ce que nous appelons la voracité, l'égoïsme et l'égocentrisme. Et ils seront les acteurs purs de la révolution en ce moment.
La révolution.
I went downstairs and I told my girlfriend, I was like, yeah, I'm probably going to stream late tonight because we're watching this Thomas Sankara documentary for his birthday. And she goes, oh, he's a Sagittarius too? And then she was like, that's so Sagittarius of him. That's such a Sagittarius trait of his.
Fuck.
Victoire. L'échec appartient à la réaction et à la contre-révolution. Camarades, l'impérialisme, le néocolonialisme, les élèves réactionnaires, les élèves indisciplinés et paresseux, les professeurs carents, les vomissures de la contre-révolution,
Shit just goes so fucking hard.
qui s'infiltrent dans nos écoles, les pentades orgueilleuses, les hiboux au regard gluant, l'anarcho-syndicalisme,
Abba.
la petite bourgeoisie affolée. Abba, Abba, Abba. Merci, camarades.
J'ai trouvé toujours un peu ridicule tous ces bérets rouges qu'on voyait à Ouagadougou. Et une fois, je me suis permis de lui dire, on voit beaucoup trop de militaires ici, c'est pas bon. Je veux dire, c'est pas ça qu'on aime dans une société en mouvement, hein, qui est habitée par une parole aussi formidable que la vôtre. Et il a rigolé, il m'a dit, ah, nous, on aime ça, etc. Vous comprenez, c'était le jeu, mais c'était pas l'imbécile militaire qui croyait en la violence ou qui croyait en la discipline ou des imbécilités de ce type. C'était conjoncturel, je crois.
I wonder what those circumstances of the time were.
Cacher le feu et la mort, et que l'on peut recevoir des ordres en se mettant en garde à vous devant un drapeau, sans savoir à qui profite cet ordre, à qui profite ce fusil, eh bien, on devient un criminel en puissance qui n'attend que le déclic pour semer la terreur autour de soi. Combien de militaires sont en train de tourner dans tel ou tel pays, sur tel ou tel champ de bataille, d'amener désolation et crime, mais sans comprendre qu'ils sont eux-mêmes en train de combattre des hommes, des femmes qui luttent pour les mêmes idéaux que s'ils en avaient conscience. Des fils d'ouvriers qui voient leurs parents aller en grève contre des régimes réactionnaires, mais qui, parce qu'ils sont entrés dans l'armée, acceptent de combattre au profit des dirigeants réactionnaires. Cela existe. Donc, un militaire sans formation politique, idéologique, est un criminel en puissance.
In 1984, after 1 year of structural reforms, a cultural revolution is underway. Africans are far from indifferent to Sankara. He goes further and questions an African society in which men have always dominated women.
Ce qui veut dire que nous devons donner à chaque femme un emploi. Nous devons donner à chaque femme le moyen de gagner honnêtement et dignement sa vie.
He creates a real shock by being one of the first heads of state in the world to promote women's rights.
Like, before him, there was patriarchal polygamy.
Dans les établissements.
So this is just wild.
Constatons l'émancipation des filles. Il faut
Like I said, I just did the report for school. What Sankara specifically did was he banned genital mutilation. Even till today in Burkina Faso, up to 75% of the women in the country report going through some form of genital mutilation or female circumcision, or however is the appropriate way to refer to it. Forced marriages were commonplace. Child brides were commonplace. Polygamy was commonplace. And there was absolutely no women working in government whatsoever. And these are all the things that Sankara did. He outlawed polygamy. He outlawed genital mutilation. He outlawed forced marriages. He promoted women into high-level governmental positions. And, you know, I'm sure they're going to talk about some of this stuff in here, but also he made this day, it was like a holiday where all men and women had to switch roles. So if you were a man, you had to go down to the market and collect all the food and go and clean the house and cook the food. He's like, it's important for a man to understand what the labor of a woman is and how difficult it is to have these like domestic responsibilities of women.
And like, not to hate on any poly comrades out there, the polygamy that they're talking about is not a cultural 1-to-1 of like the polygamy
it's like a repressive polygamy.
Yes.
It's a repressive polygamy. Yes. And these are the similar things that, well, we don't have to get into like 1,000,001 examples of this, but you know, socialism has been on the side of like progressive, you know, in many cultures, there was progressive elements of the culture that aligned with socialism to break down the, culturally repressive means against women that express themselves in things like polygamy.
Il faudrait qu'ici aussi, nous commencions à nous débarrasser de cet art féodal-là. Ce sont des arts féodales, de l'éducation féodale, qui nous a dit que le garçon est toujours au-dessus de la fille. À l'école même, quand les filles sont en grossesse ou des choses comme ça, on les renvoie, n'est-ce pas? On les exclut. Mais on ne cherche même pas à savoir si le partenaire avec lequel elle a eu la grossesse là ne se trouve pas par hasard dans la classe. Et même s'il s'y trouve, on le laisse lui, le garçon. Donc le garçon peut faire autant d'enfants qu'il veut. Dès la 6e, s'il veut, il commence à faire des enfants jusqu'en terminale. On ne le renverra jamais. Mais la fille, même si elle est à 1 jour de son bac, elle fait un enfant, allez, renvoyer.
Il y a eu vraiment une politique, ou du moins l'intention de faire une politique pour ramener la femme à un être humain dans la société traditionnelle au Burkina Faso, où certaines traditions sont encore très fortes, comme le mariage forcé, l'excision, et le fait que dans le couple, ce soit l'homme qui soit le commandant dans la famille. Toutes ces choses-là ont été remises en cause et il y a des pratiques vraiment rétrogrades qui ont été combattues.
C'est à la faveur de la révolution que nous avons constaté des femmes engagées aux côtés des hommes avec l'avènement de la formation militaire, où on a vu beaucoup de femmes s'engager. Elles étaient à mesure de faire ce que les hommes pouvaient faire, de manipuler une arme, de marcher au pas, de porter les mêmes tenues que les hommes.
Je crois que c'est le premier chef d'État africain qui a donné des postes aux femmes autres que ministre de la condition féminine. Il avait nommé ministre du plan, ministre du budget, et des femmes extrêmement compétentes. Il savait les trouver.
À l'occasion de la journée de la femme, le 8 mars, où Thomas a dit que c'est la journée des femmes aujourd'hui, nous allons faire l'exception. Au lieu que c'est la femme qui va tous les jours faire le marché, aujourd'hui, c'est leur journée. Elles vont rester à la maison et les hommes iront faire le marché à leur place. On a vu les hommes au marché acheter des tomates, des condiments et tout ce qu'il fallait pour la cuisine du jour. Et c'était bien, c'était bien. Se marraient. Bon. Les hommes se plaisaient aussi. Et ils ont pu découvrir, puisque cela a amené certains hommes à connaître les réalités des prix sur le marché.
Les maris qui battent les femmes, les maris qui torturent les femmes, la patrie ou la mort.
Sold off all the cars.
Just strutting out with the AK. Like,
yeah, what's up?
Hell yeah.
Apparently too. I hate that I'm talking about some of this stuff because I've watched this before, but I don't know what is referenced in here or not. So I'm not trying to like jump ahead. But I also heard like he would go jogging like right through the city and stuff like that, and like would ride bikes right through the city. And there would be like sporting events where he would just go and play like soccer with like people like right in the city and everything like that. Like he was not, obviously he was murdered 4 years into his political career, but you know, not because of something like that. You know what I mean? Like
it wasn't even from like, oh, some rando.
Yeah, it wasn't him walking down the street. It was a political assassination where he was like, you know, a military style political assassination. So yeah, exactly. Like you're saying, it wasn't him. It wasn't a danger of him walking down the street and some like radical political element was going to like, just assassinate him.
Right. And like, from what I saw, a tweet that, that Sam shared in the chat, trying to find it. Yeah, as president, he lowered his salary to $450 a month and limited his possessions to a car, 4 bikes,
A guitar.
3 guitars, right? You got to have the acoustic, the electric, and you got to make sure you have, at least a Strat, and then maybe a telly, right? A fridge and a broken freezer. So all in all, he had like 10 possessions.
Well, and for the government, like apparently they were all driving around Mercedes and stuff like that. He sold the whole fleet and bought it was like the cheapest car available in the world. It might be this one right here. I'm not sure, but he bought a fleet of like whatever the literal cheapest car that you could buy. That's what he bought for them. And he stopped. People couldn't fly first class anymore. Not people, but heads of state couldn't just be flown. The Renault 5. That's what it is. He says something like we all land together and we all take off together or something like that. But also we have to bring highlight to Judas's comment here. Figures like Sankara, Ho Chi Minh, Fidel, and Che are great examples of capital creating instruments of its own destruction. Correct.
Yeah.
In total contrast to other heads of state who never keep their promises, Sankara gets to work. Several.
Man, I'm sorry to keep pausing, but this is like people. People like to pretend like political, like let's say for example for the United States, like 4 years, they're like, well, like what president can't really do anything. Like maybe he can introduce something, but they can't really do it. Like this ineffective political nature that politicians have, where it's like you want to see how like shit gets done. Look at Thomas Sankara. Look what Thomas Sankara.
Cards, Jack. Ain't in the budget, Jack.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just ain't got the cash, Jack.
Oh, come on, man. What do you want? Come on, man.
Come on, man. What do you want me to do? We just don't have the budget.
Grand programs are undertaken to get the country out of trouble. Feeding, housing people, and giving them medical care. These are his priorities. At a time when all sorts of diseases are affecting African people, Sankara launches a large vaccination campaign to eradicate polio.
Probably the greatest hit of all of Sankara, in my opinion. When I was first learning about like Marxist revolutionaries and things like that, and I remember hearing about this guy who I'd never heard of before. Like you've heard of Lenin, you've heard of Stalin, you've heard of Ho Chi Minh, you've heard of Che Guevara, Fidel Castro. These are all names that I was like, Mao. These are all names I was vaguely aware of and things like that. Sankara never came close. Ever. And when my friend told me about him, and then I looked and I saw like I was like, he vaccinated 2 million people. Like, what the fuck? I was like, this guy is a saint. He should be heralded into like the highest, like fucking, halls of fucking political leaders as known, like that this man is like an example of what you're able to do in a country. And no one even knows his name. And, I think partly is that there's not even an alleged like body count that you can really associate with him. You know what I mean? Like, you can disparage many other ones by like creating like a certain kind of like historical narrative that's like, yeah, well, they meant good things, but look at all these people that died. Is like this Sankara doesn't they have to just brush him to the side because you can't really be like there's only millions of vaccinated children. Like not like there was no famines, there was no big war that like accompanied him coming to power or anything like that. Like it's just like
wasn't it a coup? I thought he came to power in a coup.
No, so actually he was elected. He was actually elected, and then the previous regime imprisoned him, and then a popular resistance broke him out and then appointed him. So technically it was a coup, but he was previously he was elected, but he was never allowed to actually sit in power.
Right. So there's like him, there's Allende, there's Maurice Bishop in Grenada. Have you ever heard of him, dude?
Well, also there's even Fidel, who like they've managed to vilify Fidel, even though he has no like body. Like I think like 1,000 or 2,000 people died in the Cuban Revolution, and most of them were like Nuremberg style executions of like literal fascists. And like,
before you get too much into the executions, just remember that like both Fidel and Che literally stopped the mob justice that like the people in the streets wanted to commit. Right. Yes. He's like, no, we're gonna have a trial, right?
Yeah.
And like say whatever you want. The point is, he could have just let people have like street justice
through the fucking streets. Exactly. Right. Yeah. Those trials, they're compared to the Nuremberg trial. I think you could even go on the Wikipedia, and I'm pretty sure the Wikipedia page even compares them to Nuremberg.
All right, chat. Put a 1 in chat if you've ever heard of Maurice Bishop.
I've barely heard of Maurice.
All right, have you ever heard about like Grenada or
I
Grenada
know
being mentioned?
I know that like Reagan invaded because of nutmeg or something like that, right?
But you know that like the government at one point of Grenada, there was something going on there, and Reagan invaded it, right?
Raping babies? Is that what you said?
No, Reagan invaded it.
Oh, I thought you said with raping babies. I'm sorry.
No.
I was like, what the fuck?
No, not that at all. Opposite of that. So Maurice Bishop,
opposite.
He's like the Thomas Sankara of Grenada, except he spoke English, right, and was like an avowed Marxist-Leninist, right, and he even has like a couple of public speeches that are totally in English, where he came to New York and spoke to like the Caribbean population in New York, right, and he even said it in his speeches that like, you know, they know I'm a danger. I am the biggest threat because, you know, in Grenada we speak English.
Real quick, I don't know. Do you want to divert? Because we're kind of following like a loose thing here. Do you mind if we just look at this real quick? So this is
go for it.
This is from the Cuban Revolution. I just wanted to bring this up because like people like to make Che out to be like some mass murderer or something like that. When like if you read John Lee Anderson's 700-page book, which is literally John Lee Anderson's research is the only reason that we even found Che Guevara's remains. So that's just a testament to how thorough and dedicated John Lee Anderson was to learning the story of Che Guevara, is that his research literally led to the unmarked grave in Bolivia that Che had been in for decades at that point. 700 pages of small font. Yeah, it is a long book. It's one of my favorite books I've ever read, especially once you get through like some of the beginning of like his real early childhood. Such a good book. But the first major political crisis arose of what to do with the captured Batista officials who had perpetrated the worst of the repressions during the rebellion against Batista's dictatorship. The general command of the rebel army, led by Fidel Castro, introduced into the territories under its control the 19th century penal law, commonly known as Ley de Sierra, Law of the Sierra. This law included the death penalty for serious crimes, which perpetuated by the Batista regime or by supporters of the revolution. In 1959, the revolutionary government extended its application to the whole of the republic and to those it considered war criminals captured and tried after the revolution. According to the Cuban Ministry of Justice, this latter extension was supported by the majority of the population and followed the same procedures as those in the Nuremberg trials held by the Allies at the end of World War II.
You know, those trials where everybody from Unit 731 like were never brought up or present.
Was 731 the Japanese one?
Yeah.
Was that part of Nuremberg? I thought Nuremberg was just for the Nazis.
It was. You would think that, like, you know, for people who also perpetrated a number of war crimes.
You know, they only put like 4 or 5 Nazis to death.
Yeah,
in Nuremberg, right?
Most of them through the fucking rat lines, or like we put them on television as like American heroes for helping us like beat the Soviets in the space race.
Yeah, exactly. So, to implement a portion of this plan, Castro named Guevara commander of the La Cabana fortress prison for a 5-month tenure. This is where everything that comes from fucking Che was a murderer really comes from. It was his time at La Cabana overseeing these fucking murders. I'm sorry, executions. I slipped and I said it. Guevara was charged by the new government with purging the Batista army and consolidating victory by exacting revolutionary justice against those regarded as traitors, chivatos, or war criminals. And just so you know, Batista's regimes were literally like castrating people and fucking murdering people in the street. Like they were exceptionally fascistic bastards.
They had torture stations.
Yeah. As a commander of La Cabana, Guevara reviewed the appeals of those convicted during the revolutionary tribunal process. So people like to make it out like he was like the guillotine operator or something like that. Like he was walking through the streets and bringing in counter-revolutionaries and beheading them or something like that. He is.
Have you ever seen that like doctored photo that's actually from like a fucking student film or some shit where it's like, you know, he's out there just like, you know, cocking back the 1911 or whatever the fuck and just like, you know, like doming people. Like, what the fuck? No.
Yeah. And also I've seen one where I've seen some, I think it was on Facebook, where there's a guy down on his knees all like, and the caption tried saying that it was like a farmer. It was a farmer that didn't want collectivization or something like that. And then when you actually go to the Spanish source of the photo, he was like a Batista officer charged with like torturing people and shit like that. And it's like, all right, like just that bullshit. So he oversaw the appeals. The tribunals were conducted by 2 to 3 army officers, an assessor, and a respected local citizen. On some occasions, the penalty diverted by the tribunal was death by firing squad. Trito, senior legal advisor of the Cuban Ministry of Justice, has argued that the death penalty was justified in order to prevent citizens themselves from taking justice into their own hands, as had happened 20 years earlier in the anti-Machado rebellion. Machado was pretty much a U.S., just absolute U.S. cuck, fucking, president of Cuba, if you don't know about Machado. Biographers note that in January 1959, the Cuban public was in a lynching mood. When they say biographers, they're probably referring to John Lee Anderson. Yeah, I was just about to say, because that's exactly what they say in that book. So amazing book. That the Cuban public was in a lynching mood, and point to a survey at the time showing 93% public approval for the tribunal process. Moreover, the Universal News broadcast in the United States and narrated and featured Fidel Castro asking an estimated 1 million Cubans whether they approved of the executions and being met with roaring C. And it says that with between 1,000 and 20,000 Cubans estimated have been killed at the hands of Batista collaborators. So they killed between 1 and 20,000 people. Who knows?
That's a wide margin of error.
Yeah. And many of the accused war criminals sentenced to death, accused of torture and physical atrocities. The newly empowered government carried out executions punctuated by cries of the crowds to the wall. It is widely believed that those executed were guilty of the crimes in which they were accused, but that the trials did not follow due process. So I guess you can say that, they were justified, but they might not have followed exact due process, probably because you had a ragtag bunch of revolutionaries that just actually unseated their abusers, and you had streets full of angry Cuban people who were ready to enact justice, whether there was due process or not. So it sounds like there was a significant amount of due process that was applied here, at least is what the situation was able to be contained by. So I just wanted to go off on that real quick because it does upset me. I always feel like this is something that's a good thing to cover about the actual nature of the executions that happened in the Cuban Revolution.
Like as much due process as like a newly formed government can muster.
Yeah. And people act like fucking Che was like, whistling through the prisons, spinning a baton and like, kill him.
Right. Or Che like literally just dragging them out, like, behind the wherever they're keeping them and just like capping them in the head.
Yeah. Liar Judas. Exactly. Like, what's the definition of due process? What's the definition of due process, if not this, where there can be an appeal process and things like that? Like, I don't know. That's probably like a stretch of the system there, but
right.
I'm sorry, maybe I have a calloused heart against, fascistic torturers, but due process wasn't the first thing that entered my mind when I heard about the streets of abused Cubans chanting to the wall. And, they felt the need to abide by the people's revolutionary tribunals.
It kind of makes you wonder, like, if they didn't, like, I'm not saying they deserved it, but if they didn't, why would that many people in the streets want that? Why would that many people in the streets? I mean, is that the lie? Is the lie the outpouring of public support to do that?
Yeah, exactly.
And in which case, like,
well, also, I mean, Che's position in the Cuban government is one of the most over-exaggerated political positions that I've ever heard of in my entire life.
Yeah.
Like, he barely did anything. He did this at La Cabana, and then I think he was in like an economics apartment, but he was miserable doing it for a few years. And then he was like, I'm out. Take me to Africa or something. I can't do this.
Jumped into that having no idea what he was doing. And
only like reading books as like a gorilla and like as like a traveling kid, like traveling around South America is the only thing he knew about economics. And he was like, yeah, I'll be Minister of Finance, whatever.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even think like he would have seen himself as a military leader. I think that he saw himself as like a doctor first. I think he saw himself as he
definitely saw himself fit. He was so ensconced, maybe is the word that I want to use, by the Cuban Revolution. And once he got into like a more formal political position, all he wanted to do was to do what happened in the Sierra Maestra again. He felt that he could be a part of that again, whether it's in the Congo or in Bolivia, or I believe in Guatemala or Venezuela, like a lot of the prospective places for this to happen. So,
Well,
so
I mean,
yeah,
look, due process is a fuzzy enough concept that the trials may have followed Cuba's laws to the letter, but failed to observe some U.S. convention, and that would be enough to argue that they did not follow due process. You know, 'cause,
exactly.
yes,
Exactly.
like I think what a lot of people fail to consider is that every country is going to be a little bit different. Every country is going to have its own unique, like
Judicial process.
material history, culture, and events that preceded it. There is like a social construction going on actively all the time, right? And there is a different social like history. There's a site of construction going on in Cuba that is going to be vastly different than anything experienced in the US, as we've been talking about going over like the counter revolution of 1776, where like the site of social construction for militias is literally patrolling for escaped slaves, and that's like the site of social construction for policing. The site of social construction for prisons is for like indentured servants and like locking
Yeah.
up indigenous people and runaway slaves and all of this other shit. So
Yeah. And I'm not trying to like be a supporter of like kangaroo courts or like people being like unjustly executed, but I agree with Dorian when he kind of alludes to this notion that this due process is likely just some kind of like Western imposition of how other people should handle their courts, when in my opinion Western courts did absolutely dog shit in terms of punishing the Nazi abusers, the Japanese imperialist monsters who they're playing golf with. Here, let me.
Well, I mean, like, what is so like morally, if not like ideologically incompatible with what like the Nazis were doing that the U.S. has actively done and enshrined in its constitution? Our constitution literally states that like we need to like genocide the indigenous people, right? That like I'm pretty certain there's even a part that like states that like black people are supposed to be slaves. So I don't get it. Like, who are we to tell other people like how their countries should be run, then or now?
Sorry, I'm trying to find this. I can't find it. There's a picture of, I believe it's Prescott Bush, or hold on, it's Bush, I think Eisenhower, and then I can't remember the Japanese.
Look, even like Irish republicanism, right? It has a couple L's. There has a couple stuff where it's just like, I wouldn't do that, when it comes to like, I guess going after women that have had relations, with the English constabulary, right? It's not great, but there is a site of social construction for all of this that and there's just like kind of like the circumstances of that time and where those people were at. There's going to be a lot of different things going on.
Here, you want to see American due process that we are impugning, that we are impugning Cuba for not abiding by?
Puss in
There's
Boots.
Japanese Prime Minister Shinsuke Kishi shaking hands with Prescott Bush, father of George H.W. Bush. President Dwight D. Eisenhower looks on at Burning Tree Country Club in Greenwich, Connecticut in 1957.
Wait,
do you know
Prescott,
who this Kishi character is?
Is he like the guy that was like in charge of like 731 or something? I know Prescott was literally like funding Nazis well into the war, though. Like, I think like what Parenti even talked about.
He had his assets. He said he had his assets.
Yeah, but wasn't he like trading like oil and steel until like 44?
Yeah.
And he was part of the business plot, which sought to overthrow, I think, like FDR and replace him with Smedley Butler.
I'm trying to make sure I have the right guy.
A name that'll never not be funny. Shinsuke Kishi.
Yeah, I'm looking it up now. The first thing that came up was Nobusuke Kishi, who says Prime Minister of Japan. I was just making sure that I don't want to just get. It looks like the same guy. Okay, I'm just going by the face. He looks the same. So, um, known for his exploitative rule of Japanese puppet state Manchukuo in northeast China in the 1930s. He was nicknamed the monster of the Showa era. He later served as the wartime cabinet prime minister of Hideki Tojo and minister of commerce and vice minister of munitions. He co-signed the declaration of war against the United States on December 7th of 1941. So, I guess is that due
A war
process?
criminal?
What?
And it said that thing stated that he was a Class A war criminal right underneath that part you were just reading.
Oh, my fault.
Yeah. He was imprisoned for 3 years as a suspected Class A war criminal. However, the U.S. government did not charge, try, or convict him and eventually released him as they considered Kishi to be the best man to lead a post-war Japan in pro-American direction.
Yep. And this is just commonplace, US bullshit. You know what I mean? Like where maybe this guy, deserved, and I don't like wall memes or guillotine memes. Like I feel like as somebody who is a supporter of like Marxist Leninism or communism or anything like that, that it's kind of cringe when you go online and you say like liberals get the wall or like any of that stuff. Like you should never just be like evoking like murder or like a political execution or something like that, just like flippantly. But maybe this guy could have got the wall. That's all I'm saying. I don't use that. I don't use that flippantly, but like I've read a lot of Korean history. I really like reading. I have a lot of books on Korean history. And if this guy was at all part of,
come on.
Exactly. When it comes down to it, some crimes probably deserve death. And most liberals that would impugn someone for saying this were probably fine with the Nuremberg trials. Like, you know what I mean? Like they have this very specific part of their brain that's like, oh yeah, that was, those people definitely deserved it. But then if you talk about it in the Cuban Revolution, it's monstrous. And, oh, we need to start thinking about both sides.
What are you talking about? You got fucking like libs all over Twitter right now that are just like frothing at the mouth for Putin to be like, shot in the back of the head.
So this is we're going so far down a rabbit hole, but we're having fun. Like I'm having fun talking about all this stuff because the thing is that we read these books and we get kind of stuck on the books that we never really get to just kind of like go off on like tangents and do stuff like this.
This is just a taste of what's coming in the new year.
In the new year, we're going to have one stream a week where we just bullshit, where we're not held by any kind of, stringent book report or anything like that. Just where we can just do stuff like this, where we can just talk. But yeah, so I just wanted to bring this guy up because it's just so funny that somebody could be like, oh, well, the Cuban Revolution didn't follow due process. And then meanwhile, you have Prescott Bush and Eisenhower playing golf with Class A war criminals a decade or so after the fucking one of the most monstrous regimes of the 20th century.
We actually, Mr. Balls, when Japan became economically a threat and was still culturally independent in the 1980s, I learned how the U.S. operates and free market capital operate. Yeah, that we just read the entire book of The Divide that talks explicitly about how the U.S. and like the West at large like relies on people. I guess you would call that like a comprador, right? Like, people that that would, just pretty much subdue their own people for the sake of private wealth, private gain. And honestly, who else is gonna like murder their own people? Who else is gonna subdue and subjugate their own people? Especially to tamper down any kind of like socialist movement that would be happening in a post-war Japan, more than like this guy.
So, just so that we're not putting out any misinformation or anything like that. So, his prime minister grandfather, Nobusuke Kishi, and President Eisenhower played. So this is okay. So it's saying right here that Nobusuke Kishi and President Eisenhower played around near Washington in 1957. But then down here it says Shinsuke. So like, is there something? Is this not clear to anyone else, or is this like? Because I want to make sure that we answer that correctly and we're not putting out like a wrong association. They look exactly the same, but I mean, they could be related, but it's saying Abe's family, which they're talking about Shinzo. It's called Abe, right? Is it Abe?
Well, his younger brother Iesaku Sato was a prime minister. Kishi was the maternal grandfather of Shinzo Abe, twice prime minister and defense minister of Nuobu Kishi, or
Abe.
Nuobu.
Okay.
So I'm pretty certain that is the same guy.
It says right here that his prime minister grandfather, Nobusuke Kishi, which is the guy that we were just reading about, and President Eisenhower played around in Washington in 1957.
Yeah, that's the same guy.
Then why does it say here, Japanese Prime Minister Shinsuke Kishi, Senator, shakes hand with Senator Prescott Bush?
I don't fucking know.
Doesn't that seem contradictory? Like, because yeah. You never go all the way up to Donald Trump. I don't really want to go. Okay, that's Abe, right? Yeah. President called this week when Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe at the Trump government. Just give me 1 second. I have a book that talks about this. All right, I'm gonna go to the fucking book. I'll be right back. If you want to investigate this.
I mean, it looks like the same fucking guy.
So this book, Asia's Unknown Uprising, South Korea Social Movements in the 20th Century. It's one of my favorite books I've ever read. Probably, in my opinion, one of the greatest books about Korean history that you could ever buy. Give me one moment, and hopefully I can fucking find this. Did you find anything on your end?
I think it's the same fucking dude.
Were both of these guys prime ministers?
All right, so there's Nobusoku Kishi and Shinsuke Kishi.
Bring up the search bar on the book. Is that a joke? Or
yes?
Okay, I didn't know. Maybe he thought I had a PDF, or maybe they thought I had a PDF.
This is why
I'm sorry. This is my problem: is that I have a bunch of shit in fucking books. Sometimes I don't have it. This book fucking rules, man. We totally have to read this for stream one day because it's just like, it's so good.
Kishi's main activities revolved around undermining the leader of the Liberal Party, Shigeru Yoshida, so he could become the liberal leader in his place. Yeah, I don't know, because like I'm not seeing anything about any kind of I mean, it literally tries to correct from Shinsuke Kishi to Nobusuke Kishi.
Could the LA Times have just gotten it wrong?
No, because I'm even seeing pictures where it's like Shinsuke Kishi left and Japan former prime minister and his younger brother Iesaku Sato.
Man, you guys thought that I wasn't going to be able to find it in the book, did you? You didn't think that I was going to be able to dig to the exact page where they talk about this. So it says, in 2007, the New York Times prominently featured a dated photo of then Japanese Prime Minister Abe Shinzo's grandfather, Kishi Nobusuke, playing golf with U.S. President Dwight D. Eisenhower and President George W. Bush's grandfather, Senator Prescott Bush. The Times failed to inform readers that Kishi spent 3 years in Sugamo prison as a Class A war criminal suspect for his role in the kidnapping of thousands of non-Japanese laborers during World War II. Neither did the Times report that Prescott Bush's companies had worked for the Nazis, a role that brought him censure and fines. This photo speaks volumes about the post-war constellation of power in which the United States was the brightest star. In 2009, Japanese Prime Minister Taro Aso admitted for the first time that his family had used hundreds of Dutch, British, and Australian prisoners as slave labor in their mining company. These revelations came decades after the fact because proper investigations were never permitted in 1945. Within months of their surrender, Germany and Japan quickly changed into America's best friends. The transition occurred with such speed that by 1950, former allies Russia and China were the Cold War enemies of the United States.
Maybe they literally used that name just to throw people off the scent.
Yeah, well, and that was the LA Times. This book says it's from the New York Times. So hold on, because now that I have a little bit more, hold on, New York Times. Yeah, because that really fucked this up. We don't want to put any like misinformation out here.
What's the book called?
It's called Asia's Unknown Uprisings. Yeah, Asians Unknown. But there's 2 different volumes to this. This is the one that's all about Korea. The entire book is about Korea. It's literally one of my favorite books that I've ever read in my entire life. Hold on one second. So let's see what we can do here.
You know what we should do, Pat? We should pivot to Afghanistan.
Right now? You want me to get my Afghanistan books? I got a couple.
No, I'm just making a joke because remember how like Blowback season 3 came out like right as we were trying to do the thing in Korea.
Please, dude, please. Okay, yeah, you fucked with me there. Yeah, if you while I type this in, yeah. So guys, I was like obsessed with Korea for a while. I wanted to make a really long YouTube documentary.
He's not exaggerating.
Korea. I probably read 20 books in Korean history. This was the first one. This was the first one. This is one that set me off on like being obsessed with Korean history. And I probably had like 30 pages of a script typed out. And then now Blowback is doing everything, and they're using all the same books. Bruce Cummings is like, it kind of tears a dagger in my heart. I'm glad to hear them talk about it, but oh, look at that.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Why didn't they make that clear in the fucking article, dude? They're making me worried that I'm talking about
like they're gonna like the fucking, you know, what the fuck is it? NBC? Wait, we were all wrong?
How? How are we all wrong? I thought we just said that. I thought we said it was the same guy. It's the same guy, right?
All right, yeah. So it's just like an alternative name.
I think we were all right.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how you know, Prescott Bush was so well connected with not just like the Nazi party, but also with Imperial Japan. It's almost as if like, you know,
all right, so
there's
this
something
is
deeper going on here.
What?
It's almost as if there's something deeper going on here with that family.
Look, it was in fact Nobusuke Kishi with Prescott Bush and Dwight D. Eisenhower. And this, again, just so that everybody remembers, this is the same guy who we were talking about right here. Same guy, Nobusuke. And that was, now we've figured out, we went all the way down the rabbit hole and figured out that I guess he has another name depending on which language you read it from or where it may be referenced. But we went to the original article from the New York Times, and I also referenced it in a historical text that I have, which cites the photo, that this is in fact the same individual that played golf with Prescott Bush and President Eisenhower.
The same no chin having ass motherfucker.
This is what you can expect from the Subversive History Interactive Podcast. All right. This is where we're at.
If it makes you feel any better, Kishi married his cousin, Yoshiko Kishi, and was adopted by her parents. Their son, Nobukazu, was born in 1921, and their daughter, Yoko, was born in 1928. Kishi's daughter, Yoko Kishi, married politician Shintaro Abe. Their second son, Shinzo Abe, served as Prime Minister of Japan from 2006 to 2007 and again from 2012 to 2020. Their third son, Nobuo Kishi, was adopted by Kishi's son Nobukazu shortly after birth. Lived with Kishi during the later years of his life, won Kishi's historical diet seat in 2012 and became Minister of Defense in 2020. So, like, this dude's all like intermarrying, like fucking direct cousins and shit. People adopt
right here the whole time. In the same guy as Wikipedia talks about it right here. In June 1950, says in Kishi visited the United States, where he was received with honor, being allowed to address a joint session of Congress, throwing the opening pitch for a New York Yankees baseball game in New York, and being allowed to play golf at an otherwise all-white golf club in Virginia. In 1950, 1957. I guess that makes sense. With the American historian Michael Schaller called remarkable honors for a man who, as a cabinet minister, had signed the Declaration of War against the United States in 1941 and who had presided over the conscription of thousands of Koreans and Chinese as slave labor during World War II. Vice President of the United States Richard Nixon introduced Kishi to Congress as an honored guest who was not only a great leader of the free world, but also a loyal and great friend of the people of the United States. Apparently unaware or indifferent to the fact that Kishi had been one of the closest associates of General Tojo, hanged by the United States for war crimes in 1948.
Not even 10 years later, man. Jesus.
That's due process. That's the due process that the United States carries out so earnestly to war criminals. Shame on the Cuban Revolution.
What do you know about the Unification Church, Pat?
I know nothing about that, but wait, hold on. Was it just referenced up here?
The Moonies.
This?
Yeah.
Because I just saw that he was backed up a numerous organization of far right causes.
Yeah.
So you're talking about this right here?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, he was Sun Myung Moon, Liar Judas.
Is this like the Falun Gong or something?
Yeah. This is pretty much like the Falun Gong, except like I think maybe even wilder. And
does it have a ballet? Does it have a dance production that it brings around?
I don't think it has like a Shen Yun like
dude, they're coming
to it.
Shen Yun 2023 is here. I don't know if you've seen the billboards.
Fuck. Do you want to know something funny about Shen Yun?
Yeah. I always want to know something funny about Shen Yun.
You know how like they always talk about like, oh, it's traditional like Chinese culture or whatever.
Yeah, China before communism.
Yeah, none of the dances are actually traditional Chinese. It's literally adapted from like French ballet. The only thing that you could argue that is like actually like traditional Chinese, allegedly, I could be totally wrong, but this is just like what I heard, is that like the only thing slightly traditional about it is some of the clothes they wear while they're performing. Other than that, no, nothing else is actually traditionally Chinese about it.
Wait, liar, Judas, are you saying that you don't know what Shen Yun is? Are you not have you not been privy to the
Shen Yun?
What, did I say it wrong?
No, he is. I'm shit. You've never heard of it? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Where you? Don't dox yourself. But what state are you in?
Hold on.
I gotta know where Shen Yun isn't. No fucking way, bro. Come on.
fucking way.
Pat, do they got Shen Yun in Florida? They gotta have it in Florida.
I don't know. I know I see it in Philly all the fucking time for some reason.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
A performance that truly matters for each and every one of us. This is what you've been waiting for. See it at least once in your lifetime.
Yeah, literally nothing about the music, nothing about the dancing.
Get tickets now at shenyun.com.
China before communism. Oh yeah, no, it is absolutely 100% Falun Gong.
Glorious past.
It's weird, and it also is.
What
weird
if
shit.
you could bring it back? Since 2006, Shen Yun has been reviving the essence of Chinese
Get the fuck out of here,
civilization.
yo! We are introducing you to the magic of Falun Gong.
Honesty, and faith.
Yeah. They are connected with Epoch Times. Yeah.
Yet decades of destruction, deceit,
It was just like the one. All right, the cult rev was kind of
have nearly destroyed a nation's values, along with its own identity. So how do you revive what has been lost in today's China.
With
At the core of Shenyun
their leader
is
can
an
levitate.
ancient art form, classical Chinese dance.
It's not classical Chinese dance. That's French, bro. That's literally like French ballet. What the fuck are you on about?
That's like a pure.
This is Euro bullshit, bro. Like, there is traditional Chinese dancing. This ain't it.
In classical Chinese dance,
It's
movement
not Chinese.
begins with the heart.
Because how do people fall for this? Because people don't
This
know fucking dick about
makes
China
classical
or
Chinese
Chinese
dance
culture,
richly
or not that
expressive
one. This
and
one.
unparalleled in
Because people
storytelling.
don't know dick about Chinese culture or history or fucking anything. All they know is the
Shenyun's
fucking
original music
compartment line,
blends
and
east
they call
and
it
west,
line, sinker, all of it. They're
and
fucking
we
they're
preserve
just
traditional
quoting
techniques
that fucking
throughout
line,
our
man.
production. Our artists follow the principles of truth, compassion, and tolerance. This brings a greater depth to our art.
By the way, Falun Gong are incredibly homophobic. They are sexist.
Every year,
transphobic, you
Shenyun
name it.
premieres a completely new production with new stories, new costumes, new music, and new choreography.
All right, so if it's new, then how the fuck is it traditional?
This undertaking is only
Fuck,
possible.
we need to invite like
devotion-
famous tourists on here to like yell at us about fucking Falun Gong. But Illuminati has some cool shit.
Fuck, man. There's this one where they bring out like a giant like demon like Karl Marx, and they like it like breathes smoke. I swear to God, I'm not even joking about
I
that
believe it
at
bro.
all. Like they like it's like this. Hold on, like they bring out like a mechanical Karl Marx.
Fuck. I wish I saved some of the links that fucking Famous Horse was sharing that one night. But I never thought that like we would be doing this, so you know. I think we should invite on like a fellow streamer at some point to talk about Falun Gong.
Where because of
Because they know all about this shit. Like
Yeah.
they know all about like Japanese history and stuff like that.
man, this
If
is
you can
killing.
ride the Mecha Marks for 50. Fucking imagine like now I'm imagining something like this, but instead it's in Kansas and it's like a giant mechanical what's his name? Oh fuck, the abolitionist that they murked right before the Civil War. John Brown. Just a giant mechanical John Brown hooting and hollering, you know. You got to ride the mechanical John Brown. Shortest day of the year, the sun may never return. We are allowed to spend what we stay on Earth. I didn't even realize that today was that day, and
Is there?
that we
Wait,
would be
actually
doing it.
think that? Do they actually think that sun might not come back? Is that a real thing?
I don't think so, Pat. Does that mean that like the time shifts forward or something? Like, does the clock thing happen today? Is today the clock day? Am I gonna have to reset the clocks?
So a guy from or someone from the New Yorker who watched this said Chairman Mao appeared and the sky turned to black. The city in the digital backdrop was obliterated by an earthquake, then finished off by a communist tsunami. A red hammer and sickle glowed at the center of the wave, a huge bearded face in the water, a tsunami with the face of Karl Marx.
That's awesome. I wish we could pull up a video of that. Oh, wait, what do you mean also that's going away next year? What do you mean? Is Shenyun not returning next
No,
year?
they're probably
Is this
getting rid of daylight. He's probably talking about daylight savings time.
They're getting rid of it? Wait, so I was right. Hang on one second.
He's asking his girl. He's asking his wife. He's going to ask his wife about daylight savings time.
No, I was just, I don't get many opportunities like that. So I was right. They are getting rid of it, just not this year. I thought it was this year, and I was wrong. A tsunami with the face of Karl Marx. You should make that like a tattoo.
Yeah, right.
Just get that on your back. Just a giant like tsunami wave with Karl Marx's face on it.
Dude, I'm trying so hard to find a fucking video or like something of this, but I can't fucking find it.
All right.
Should we go back to the Sankara video? Should we still want to watch that?
Yeah.
All right. But you know what? I think this is an interesting experiment here because of school, I never had enough like time or energy to sit and just hang out on the stream. And we were getting like real robotic with, hey, here's our book report. All right, it's like 8:30. Let's get off. And I think this is like a nice, like, we actually do have like there's a lot of value to just having these more informal streams where we just kind of go off talking about things we know about and things that are funny and things that are interesting and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, man, this is what like every other streamer does, just like on the reg,
Yeah.
This is just what everybody else does, man.
Dude, I am having fun actually, because I'm not like bound to that same, like, I feel a lot of like, I like to present, like, if I'm reading the book, I try to present it in a way that's going to be,
All right, so I'm gonna let you all in on like a little something, like in terms of like you all knew that like I was in a bunch of different like Twitch streams in the comments. Some of you know, maybe not all of you, but like I watched how informative Rob Rousseau was. I watched how like Idan Simpson was like putting together that like document of like stuff he was learning about in terms of like leftism and communism and anti-imperialism and stuff, right? And I saw what Left Flank Vets does, just having, well, initially he used to have like more than one person on stream, and like it would just be like kind of like a fun atmosphere, but also like at least like from a lefty perspective, right? And I was just like, I want to combine all of this, right? And like even more so, like I think seeing Socialism for All do it wrong made me want to do it right. No, I get it. And also Famous Horse is another one. I found them like a little later after everybody else, but like I think that Famous Horse is incredibly informative. I respect the hustle. I know that like, oh shit, they are constantly like making content. We're not so much about that because neither of us are tech nerds. We have no idea how to do fucking any of this shit. So
sorry, I'm eating now, but
I think S4A is like presentation wise, like it's bad enough that like it's just a hammer and sickle logo like on the screen just talking at you. And I know that like he's doing it to make like audiobooks and stuff, but there's nothing really all that interactive about it. And very rarely like, is like the stream actually like, interactive. I wanted like an interactive like book club podcast atmosphere where like we get to talk to you and like we all get to like learn together and read the books together and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Is my audio getting scuffed?
You sound fine to me.
All right. That's for a reason on like a 20-minute delay.
Measles and meningitis. 2.5 million people are vaccinated over 1 week. Impressed by this successful operation.
1 week. Is that what they said? 2.5 million in 1 week?
Eradicate polio, measles, and meningitis. 2.5 million people are vaccinated over 1 week. Impressed by this successful operation, the World Health Organization congratulates Thomas Sankara.
You got like a vax gun with like a fucking clip in it. Just like, next, click, next, click.
Look at him.
In the same spirit, Thomas Sankara institutes mass sporting activities, inviting each inhabitant to practice a sport once a week. With Blaise Compaoré, number 2 in the regime, they set the example. Both men take part in collectives.
Not just suffering horrific diseases, but suffering from horrific preventable diseases. Like that's like a key word here, is that these diseases are preventable with the right amount of like collective action and the right amount of like policy imposition.
Pat, what prevented them?
What prevented the diseases? The vaccines.
No. What prevented them from being able to get the vaccines?
Probably debt. Probably debt forcing them to fucking crack down on their public spending on medical expenses.
Yeah, I think that maybe also the patents on those vaccines and having to purchase the licenses to be able to get them. There you go. Close. There it is. Yeah, there it is, right there.
Oh wait, no. What channel am I in?
Next one.
Sporting activities with the army, public servants, or simple villagers. A healthy mind in a healthy body.
He was 37 when he died. Or he was like our age.
With the support of the Burkinabe, the people of Burkina, Sankara launches a series of large-scale works throughout the country. In the middle of the 80s, Africa is just emerging from one of the deadliest droughts in its history. Sankara is the first president to launch a campaign against desertification. With his fellow citizens, he organizes the planting of several million trees, a first on the continent.
Thomas Sankara était très soucieux de l'environnement et il a pris plusieurs initiatives qui visaient à lutter contre la désertification. Un exemple qu'on peut donner, c'est l'opération Un village, un bosquet. Il s'agissait au niveau de chaque village que les jeunes puissent réaliser un bosquet qui marquerait en même temps leur volonté, disons, d'arrêter, disons, la désertification, de créer le réflexe de reboiser partout où c'est possible, de manière à
He was assassinated in 87.
les effets néfastes et développer d'une manière
And I don't
générale
think he was in
un
power
réflexe
longer
de
than like
protection
4 years, if that.
de l'environnement.
84 to
In the cities,
83 to
where
80.
people are taking shelter in slums, Thomas Sankara launches a public housing building program and rehabilitates other city areas. But the countryside must not be left behind. While it's always difficult to travel through a continent where rural populations are isolated.
I hate to have to stop and just say this too, but one thing, as much as I have a Thomas Sankara shirt on right now, and you know, as much as I love to praise Thomas Sankara as a representative figure of the Burkina Faso revolution, this is only possible with the people of Burkina Faso. You know what I mean? Not one man in 4 years cannot just do this. This was a collective action of the Burkinabe people to change their nation. You know,
Look, always fight against this theory of like the great man of history, right? Like Lenin, fucking like Sankara, Fidel,
Ho Chi
Minh, fucking no matter who it is, right? Even Stalin, right? The point is that they still had public support and could only do and accomplish the things that they did, right? Or that the nation did as a whole, right? By working together.
So Thomas Sankara was a great man and he deserves to be praised, but also we do need to, you know, keep in mind here that, you know what I mean? Look out there when you see all this, these are all people, these vaccination campaigns, planting these trees, educating people, those women that are marching, you know, in the military and everything like that. This was a collective accomplishment of the Burkinabe people.
Isolated, Sankara connects all the regions of the country thanks to a vast road and rail building program. He launches what he calls the Battle of the Rails. He plans a rail track that will connect Ouagadougou to the manganese mines several hundred kilometers north.
Some might call it
a
a
gigantic project,
rail
and
initiative.
foreign financial aid is a long time coming. For Sankara, It's an opportunity for the Burkinabé to roll up their sleeves. No question now of leaving foreign companies in charge of building the country.
Nous n'avions pas d'argent à l'époque. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on a fait? Nous avions les bras valides, nous avons toute la population qui s'est engagée. Et puis, bon, les gens ont posé à main nue et les différents rails. Et c'est comme ça qu'on a fait un certain nombre de kilomètres.
Sankara is convinced that the country's own resources must be exploited as a priority to avoid depending on imports.
Les projets de Sankara, c'était essentiellement de rendre le Burkina un peu autonome, de lui redonner une forme d'autonomie. Donc, il a appris à ses compatriotes et à l'ensemble des Africains à utiliser les produits du cru, les produits du pays.
Notre pays produit suffisamment de quoi nous nourrir. Nous pouvons dépasser même notre production, malheureusement. Par manque d'organisation, nous sommes encore obligés de tendre la main pour demander des aides alimentaires. Ces aides alimentaires
Ace Hickle has entered the chat.
qui nous bloquent, qui nous inspirent, qui installent dans nos esprits cette habitude, ces réflexes de mendiants, d'assister. Nous devons mettre de côté ces aides par notre grande production. Il faut réussir à produire plus. Produire plus. Produire plus parce que il est normal que celui qui vous donne à manger vous dicte également ses volontés. Nous consommons que ce que nous contrôlons. Il y en a qui demandent mais où se trouve l'impérialisme? L'impérialisme, regardez dans vos assiettes, quand vous mangez les grains de riz, de maïs, de mil importés, c'est ça l'impérialisme, n'allez pas plus loin. N'allons pas plus loin.
1700 kilos de blé par hectare, c'est la moyenne de la région, c'est la moyenne sahélienne de la région, donc en Afrique. Eh bien, en 86 déjà, le Burkina, par hectare, dépassait les 3800, 3900 kilos de blé par hectare. Donc, en Afrique, une réforme agraire, je veux dire, qui a impliqué un changement de propriété, les maîtres de la terre,
grain production went up
leur
75%.
pouvoir, l'impôt de captation qui disparaissait et l'engrais qui arrivait, l'irrigation qui arrivait.
Just for the record, Burkina Faso today rates like 63 out of 78 on the global hunger index, which means that it's like in the top 15 hungriest countries in the entire world, the most food insecure countries in the entire world, and established food security in such a short time under Thomas Sankara and the people that were his followers that enacted these policies.
Efficacité. Il a vaincu la faim. Il a fait que le Burkina, en 4 ans, est devenu alimentairement autosuffisant. Donc, c'est quelque chose de tout à fait exceptionnel et tout à fait remarquable.
Il y a un camarade là, où est le camp délégué? Oui, sortez là. Bon, voilà, vous êtes là avec la publicité Levis. Faites la publicité de Levis.
Levis.
Bon, c'est bien. Je vois le jean avec ses bien cousus là, Levis. C'est bien. Mais ça, c'est américain. Ouais, même c'est américain en bas. San Francisco. C'est écrit San Francisco. Qu'est-ce que vous voulez qu'on fasse? Comment on va faire? L'autre là-bas qui est venu poser la question là. Harvard. Travaille dans quoi? Ouais, formaldehyde. Formaldehyde, voilà. Mais ça veut dire quoi? Mais ici à Kayala, vous croyez qu'il n'y a pas de tisserand pour faire comme ça?
To boost local production of cotton, he launches the Faso Danfani, a traditional garb that every public servant must wear as a duty.
Il y avait eu donc cette politique-là qui exigeait que les fonctionnaires de l'État consomment burkinabé et que les gens dans les services soient habillés.
I think this is where people get like the wrong idea about nationalist or what like nationalism or nationalism is, because like, you know what I mean? Like obviously when we talk about nationalism, we usually associate that with Nazis, and we think of it more of like an ethnic nationalism or some kind of like chauvinistic nationalism about culture or race or ethnicity, where like, you know, many socialist countries or countries that are trying to break from colonialism or neocolonialism express these nationalist sentiment, these guarded economically nationalist policies. And I think those two things get mixed up way too much. And it poisons the well for like nationalism.
Habillés par ces tenues-là, qui sont donc faites à base du coton, teints par des artisans burkinabés, tissés par des artisans burkinabés, cousus par des artisans burkinabés. Ce qui se passait, c'est que la plupart des gens allaient au service en tenue occidentale, hein, mais avaient dans un sachet cette tenue traditionnelle-là. Parce qu'il est bien connu que Thomas Sankara faisait des visites impromptues dans les ministères et les services. Et lorsque le bruit courait dans les couloirs que Sankara était là, tout le monde mettait très très vite cette tenue-là. Et donc cette tenue-là s'appelait Sankara arrive.
The costume change we noticed Sankara is coming. Artisan, just French for craftsman.
For many Africans, such a young and innovative president offers hope for the whole continent. Thomas Sankara's ideas are heard about abroad. He becomes friends with John Jerry Rawlings, a revolutionary president from neighboring Ghana, who shares his vision for the future of Africa.
If I may say one thing about Thomas Sankara, he was a very impatient person. But that's understandable, because when you live in the kind of impoverishment, the kind of hunger that our people are living
Yo,
in,
he just died in
you
2020.
cannot afford to be patient. Because
This
people,
guy?
Yeah.
He speaks like perfect English too.
Yeah.
people can't drink good water, people are hungry, etc. So you have every justification to be impatient.
In 1983, with Sankara just recently in power, the Vitel Conference in France calls for a meeting between President François Mitterrand and other African heads of states, most of which have gone through the decolonization process at the beginning of the 60s. Some feel threatened by their own people, who are starting to support the ideas of the revolution in Burkina Faso, like Félix Houphouët-Boigny, president of the Ivory Coast and a puppet of France. Most of the heads of state present in Vitel have been in power for years and retained their allegiance to the former colonial power.
La politique africaine de la France, nous la trouvons très française.
C'est-à-dire?
C'est-à-dire qu'elle ressemble aux autres politiques françaises. Hier, la France était dans tel ou tel pays d'Afrique pour soit maintenir un chef, un dirigeant, un atelier, soit pour débarquer d'une caravelle, un autre que l'on emportait avec soi. Aujourd'hui encore, la France procède ainsi.
For Sankara, Vitel is an opportunity to challenge this allegiance, which for him is a remnant of colonial practices.
Vitel servait, pour utiliser un langage imagé, à réunir autour du roi ses ministres et ses vassaux. Vitel, c'était un peu cela. Rappeler aux chefs d'État africains qu'ils évoluent dans une ère politique donnée qui avait ses lois. Il y avait aussi les fameux réseaux FOCA, réseaux ceci, réseaux cela, bon, les sous-réseaux, les réseaux. Et bon, on pouvait faire et défaire les chefs d'État, on pouvait provoquer des grèves qui conduisaient à leur chute dès lors que les budgets des États africains sont alimentés parfois à 50-60% par l'ancienne métropole. Donc, c'est une situation de vassalité réelle sur le plan financier, autant que sur le plan économique.
Je crois vous connaître tous, ou à peu près. Je sais où se dirige votre idéal, quels sont vos choix idéologiques, quelles sont vos amitiés, vos alliances. Et vous avez bien le droit d'avoir une conception différente du monde. Mais moi, je vous dis, en engageant que moi, que je pense qu'il ne serait pas bon que tout conflit ou toute difficulté sur la surface de la planète devienne un élément supplémentaire d'une crise Est-Ouest.
But the disintegration, the balkanization of the continent created a very complex situation for us. We found ourselves in a crossfire between the East and the West, you know, in a very complex situation that made it very difficult for us to even be Africans. You know, your survival depended on alignment with the East or the West and things like that, but not on your Africanness.
Julia Ficatier du journal La Croix. Ma question
LaCroix.
s'adresse au
LaCroix
capitaine
has a
Sankara.
magazine?
Je voudrais savoir qu'est-ce que vous avez été chercher à Moscou et à Cuba dernièrement, parce que vos voyages posent aussi question à la France, mais aux pays voisins comme la Côte d'Ivoire.
Bon, j'ai été à Moscou, j'ai été à Cuba et ailleurs aussi. Je n'ai pas seulement été dans ces pays-là, parce que nous entretenons d'excellentes relations avec ces pays, avec les dirigeants de ces pays. Nous avons des projets qui nous paraissent extrêmement...
The French dude is not psyched on that statement.
No, no. I forget, like, if this is in a documentary or even if it's fucking real, or I don't even remember where the fuck I heard it from, but I just remember that, like, apparently Sankara showed up to some negotiating thing with the French and, like, just put a pistol down on the table and was like, all right, let's negotiate.
Yeah. Sour lemon face on. I'm just going to run it back real quick. It was probably the pistol that Fidel Castro gave him, too.
Right. All right. So it wasn't from Che, but it might have been one of Che's pistols.
Yeah, no, Fidel gave him like some honorary award where he gave him the pistol. Maybe it was Chase. Who knows? I love this. This dude's like, yeah, relations with Russia and Cuba. This dude's just like.
Nous avons des projets qui nous paraissent extrêmement importants pour notre développement. Nous recherchons des partenaires. Si
just talking like that French dude isn't even there. Just like talking directly through him, be like, hey, we have development projects, we're looking for partners, you know.
Plus proche peut nous
Looking at him, smiling.
Jusqu'à Moscou, nous voyons absolument aucun inconvénient. Personne ne m'a offert une aide que j'ai refusée. Je ne crois pas. Il me manque seulement un Concorde, hein, parce qu'il y en a qui ont les moyens, c'est tout.
Quand Thomas Sankara rencontrait les autres chefs d'État, il ne se considérait pas comme un dieu et il ne les considérait pas non plus comme Dieu. Il déridait l'atmosphère, il détendait les choses, il acceptait d'être le petit frère, ce qui lui permettait de dire ce qu'il pensait, ce que les autres n'avaient pas l'habitude d'entendre.
Basically, he didn't give a fuck.
The summit of the OAU, the Organization of African Unity. Thomas Sankara challenges the other heads of state. He talks about the famous foreign debt and the drastic increase of interest rates, a concern for all third world countries.
For committed chatters, you know, we've already played that whole speech in full.
While growing personally richer in the name of the old North-South domination system.
Je voudrais que notre conférence adopte la nécessité de dire clairement que nous ne pouvons pas payer la dette. Non pas dans un esprit belliqueux, belliciste. Ceci pour éviter que nous n'allions individuellement nous faire assassiner. Si le Burkina Faso tous seul refuse de payer la dette, je ne serai pas là à la prochaine conférence. Par contre, avec le soutien de tous,
everybody laughed, like, which is like such a grim state of African politics, that you have a bunch of like heads of state like organizing there, and he says like, yeah, they'll kill me, and everyone's like, yeah, they will, like, you know what I mean, like,
yeah,
not that they're not taking it serious, but it's just that it's like the nature of it is so ubiquitous that everybody's just like, yeah,
we know.
Yeah, they'll kill us. Yeah.
They'll kill all of us.
Donc j'ai besoin.
This is after Lumumba, right? Lumumba was in the 60s.
This is way after Lumumba.
Yeah.
This is after Lumumba. This is after Cabral. That was like Cape Verde. This is after Nkrumah. This is after. There's so many.
Et quand nous disons que la dette ne saurait être payée, ce n'est point que nous sommes contre la morale, la dignité, le respect de la parole. Parce que nous estimons que nous n'avons pas la même morale que les autres. Entre le riche et le pauvre, il n'y a pas la même morale. La Bible, le Coran, ne peut pas servir de la même manière celui qui exploite le peuple et celui qui est exploité. Il faudrait alors qu'il y ait 2 éditions de la Bible et 2 éditions du Coran. Chers frères, avec le soutien de tous, nous pourrons faire la paix chez nous. Nous pourrons également utiliser ces immenses potentialités pour développer l'Afrique, parce que notre sol, notre sous-sol sont riches. Nous avons suffisamment de bras et nous avons un marché immense, très vaste, du nord au sud, de l'est à l'ouest. Nous avons suffisamment de capacités intellectuelles pour créer, ou tout au moins prendre la technologie et la science partout où nous pourrons les trouver. Monsieur le Président, faisons en sorte que nous mettions au point ce fonds uni d'Addis Abeba contre la dette. Faisons en sorte que ce soit à partir d'Addis Abeba que nous décidions de limiter la course aux armements entre pays faibles et pauvres. Les gourdins et les coutelas que nous achetons sont inutiles. Faisons en sorte également que le marché africain soit le marché des Africains. Produire en Afrique, transformer en Afrique et consommer en Afrique. Produisons ce dont nous avons besoin et consommons ce que nous produisons au lieu d'importer. Le Burkina.
I don't believe Gaddafi was in power just
No,
yet.
he was.
In the 80s?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
The Colonel's Rebellion. The Colonel's Rebellion. Come on.
Wow. Holy shit. Monsieur Balls says it was in the 70s.
Yeah. It's pretty early. He's been around for like a minute.
Damn, he had a good run.
I mean, he had to do a lot of dicey shit. He was the de facto leader of Libya from 1969 to 2011.
Holy shit.
First as a revolutionary chairman of the Libyan Arab Republic from 69 to 77, and then as brotherly leader of the Great Socialist People's Libyan Arab Jamahiriya from 1977 to 2011. So, I don't know. I've heard things about, like, you know, Gaddafi not exactly seeing eye to eye with Sankara. You know, because Gaddafi, he played both sides sometimes. Like, he was good for his people, but, like, you know, he fucked around.
Yeah.
Like, Thomas Sankara did not.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's the thing, is I don't know if he actually was that saddened by the death of Sankara.
I would have to read more about it. I don't know enough about it. So I don't want to speak out of
There's
turn.
not a lot probably written on it, so, you know, sources are going to be kind of hard to find.
Vous exposez ici la cotonnade produite au Burkina Faso, tissée au Burkina Faso, cousue au Burkina Faso pour habiller les Burkinabés. Ma délégation et moi-même, nous sommes habillés par nos tisserands, nos paysans. Il n'y a pas un seul fil qui vienne de l'Europe ou de l'Amérique. Je ne fais pas un défilé de mode, mais je voudrais simplement dire que nous devons accepter de vivre africain. C'est la seule façon de vivre libre et de vivre digne. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. La patrie ou la mort, nous vaincrons.
It should also be noted that Burkina Faso is one of the Cotton Four, as we learned in the Divide.
Mm-hmm.
1986, the beginning of the third year of the revolution. The national situation is deteriorating. Still uncompromising, Sankara wants to fight to the end against the enemies within his own nation. Members of the former government are tried for corruption and misappropriation of funds in the PRT, the People's Revolutionary Tribunals, created as early as 1983. Such intolerance frightens the upper classes, even if the sentences are light. The worst being that the guilty have to justify themselves in public, on the radio and on television. It means total disgrace.
Just funny because this is kind of similar to this sort of
right in China.
What?
Kind of similar to what happened in China.
With what the fuck is it? The struggle sessions and stuff, kind of, but this is actually more similar to the sort of like restorative justice public trials that South Africa tried to do, like, you know, after Nelson came to power, but like it kind of didn't go over great. But here, something like this would actually work out a lot better.
I know I have a really bad history on South Africa. Check out people hate doing that. Check this out though. This is a book that I've really been fucking meaning to fucking read. It's out, man. I don't know if you ever heard about this because I barely heard about it.
No, never heard of that.
Looks pretty sick, right?
That looks lit as fuck.
The hardcover's fucking $90 though.
Bro, the books, there are some books like Radhika Desai books, like her books are like $100 some odd a clip. I have no idea why.
I mean, I actually bought a book recently on Kindle, which you don't need a Kindle for. You can just download an app on your computer. But for school, I did that. But
fuck, seriously?
What?
I should do that.
Yeah, you can just oh, what oofed? I'm sorry. What happened? Was there a faux pas? Or probably the money. Probably that it cost $90 fucking dollars. Is probably getting the oof. But yeah, so I bought a book recently on here, and you can just download it right on your computer, your phone, whatever. You can just read it right on there if there's something that you can't get a PDF for. But man, this book's been like in my like saved list for like a minute now. I think Vijay Prashad actually shared it, that a friend of his wrote it, and it was actually not out for like a while, and I was like waiting for it, and I just still haven't bought it. Expensive to boom. Yeah. Book. Yeah, but looks like a cool fucking book, man. Especially because I don't have really a good book on South African history, and this looks like it would be perfect. I have a couple books by Piero Iglesias.
Jesus
about how Cuba worked with South Africa. It's kind of like more about like the partnership between Cuba and Africa, South Africa, and then how like the CIA tried to like dismantle it. But it's another topic for another day. But we'll get there. So long as we keep this balloon afloat.
De l'état du néocolonial, on avait commencé à dégager des gens, des fonctionnaires et des militaires de l'armée, des magistrats de la justice, parce qu'il fallait évidemment créer un État conforme à l'éthique révolutionnaire.
La condamnation sous la révolution, lorsqu'on est travailleur, c'est la suspension. Cela veut dire qu'on travaille pendant un certain temps, mais gratuitement, pour le peuple. Et il y a les dégagements. Les dégagements, vous êtes chassé de la fonction publique.
Dans la forme, les TPN étaient attentatoires à la liberté, aux libertés individuelles, dans la mesure où les garanties de la défense n'étaient pas assurées, puisque il n'était pas possible de se faire assister par un avocat. Deuxièmement, et ça c'était peut-être plus grave, il y a eu ce qu'on appelle l'inversion de la charge de la preuve. C'est-à-dire que c'était à l'accusé de faire la preuve de son innocence et non pas à l'accusation de soutenir l'accusation et de faire la preuve de la culpabilité.
In every corner of the country, in villages, schools, or businesses, people harness revolutionary justice in their own way. Those who don't work hard enough or are thought to be counter-revolutionaries are prosecuted. Arbitrary discrimination is rampant. Some create their own tribunals to settle personal scores.
Nous, au niveau du collège, on a instauré les TPR pour juger ceux qui vont à l'encontre des idéaux de la révolution. Beaucoup de nos camarades sont passés au TPR au collège. Et nous avons également dénoncé notre directeur et puis un procès de français, bien d'autres professeurs. Et à chaque fois, on nous écoutait. Bon. Mais il a fallu régulièrement faire des aménagements parce que l'ambiance révolutionnaire, tout ce qui se passait, faisait qu'on peut ne pas être objectif.
The revolution has reached its limits. Since opposition parties and unions are forbidden, some teachers gather together and organize a strike. Cornered by his own political model, Sankara makes no concessions and dismisses the strikers.
Une des premières grèves qui a été réprimée, c'était la grève des enseignants. Les enseignants du primaire. Résultat, il y a eu, je crois, à l'époque, près de 1200 ou 1400 instituteurs qui ont été chassés de leur travail. Bon, dans un pays déjà où le nombre d'enseignants est très limité par rapport aux besoins du pays, donc tout d'un coup, 1400 enseignants se retrouvent sur la touche. Pour suppléer à ce manque, je me rappelle à l'époque, on avait recruté des gens qu'on a appelés enseignants révolutionnaires. Donc le tout venant qui avait besoin d'enseigner, il se présentait, il avait une formation en 10 jours, il allait prendre un poste d'enseignant en tant qu'enseignant.
10 days.
Mais nous avons approuvé. Nous avons estimé où on est dans la révolution, où on n'est pas dans la révolution. Si on est dans la révolution, on n'a pas le droit de gréver. On a les assemblées générales, on a beaucoup d'instances où on peut s'exprimer. Si tu vas gréver, tu vas faire la grève, ça veut dire que tu es contre la révolution. Nous, on te met dehors. C'est tout à fait normal. En tant que jeunes, nous, on avait approuvé.
Well, why were they going
Young
on
graduates
strike?
with no work experience replace the teachers. The result is disastrous.
I mean, you don't have to look at every single thing that Thomas Sankara did as if he's some like infallible man that, you know, were there mistakes in the Burkina Faso revolution? I would assume that there has to be, like, and undoubtedly it was not like perfect. And, you know, like kind of like Judas is saying, this one might have been a little bit of a bungle. You know what I mean? I would need to know more about it, but it seems a little, you know.
Well, I mean,
and
like,
this has been a common issue with revolutionary tribunals. This happened in the Soviet Union. It happened in China. It happened in Korea.
right.
Where
And Vietnam.
People settle individual scores by using the state. So, you know, people will make up false claims about people that could potentially get them labeled as something that's like an enemy or something like that to settle personal scores. So it's like you can pretty much find this in any revolutionary history of any country that I've read of in those senses.
I don't know what this means, but I think you're trying to tell me that we need golems, and I agree.
And yet, since coming to power, Sankara has always wanted to train his people.
La patrie ou la mort? La patrie ou la mort?
Some people are quite happy to receive military training. The aim, to set up the Revolutionary Defense Committees, the RDC.
In India, Liar Judas?
India? Another huge farmer protest.
Ils ont été créés pour canaliser tout cet enthousiasme populaire, pour faciliter la participation de l'ensemble des masses populaires à la construction révolutionnaire.
Dès qu'on faisait la formation militaire, on était affecté à des tâches de sécurité. Ça permettait de porter une arme, une Kalachnikov, et donc d'avoir une tenue militaire. Et tout le monde sait quel succès a eu le film de Rambo dans les années 80 en Afrique. Et donc ça, il y a beaucoup de gens qui ont été décédés. rien que pour coller à cette image qu'il voyait au cinéma, qui était Rambo, celui qui tue tout, qui passe, lorsqu'il passe, l'herbe ne pousse plus.
Et il y a eu beaucoup de personnes qui sont arrivées à la tête des comités de défense de la Révolution sans avoir eu la préparation. Parce qu'il y avait parfois des candidatures spontanées, quelqu'un qui sort de nulle part, qui devient responsable.
No, that's not. Are you talking about the South African farmers that were like against like? You might be talking about South Africa. Oh, maybe I don't know. The one in India was definitely for something good. So,
was it like in South America? Because I know that Max Blumenthal, when he went full anti-vax, like covered some protest in some South American countries that were like workers were like, we
looks like we have
vaccinated.
Looks like we have a consensus here. It was the Netherlands.
Okay.
Eh bien, parfois ça peut lui monter à la tête et il commet un certain nombre d'erreurs que lui-même il aurait critiqué s'il n'était pas dans le comité. Mais ça, je pense que c'est des erreurs de jeunesse qui étaient, je pense, aussi inévitables.
People are getting fed up of the revolution. Taking advantage of decrees passed for security reasons, the revolutionary defense committees overdo it. Sankara sees his revolution going adrift. He is accused of not knowing how to delegate.
Il y a même des cas, il faut aussi le dire, surtout pendant la période du couvre-feu, d'autres règlements de compte d'un autre genre, mais il faut le dire aussi. Ces camarades qui, casqueux militants CDR, responsables de la sécurité, équipés d'un gros fusil, on n'est même pas sûr que ça percute, mais enfin. À l'heure où le couvre-feu était à 19h,
7 p.m.
à 19h moins 10, il se pointe chez la camarade et commence à dire aux rivaux, aux autres candidats, mais c'est l'heure bientôt, hein? Il faut partir. Il faut partir. Si vous ne partez pas, on vous enferme. Et oui, il y en a qui ont demandé que le couvre-feu soit maintenu pour qu'ils puissent régner. Eh bien, nous avons levé le couvre-feu pour que nous soyons tous à égalité. Et ceux qui doivent échouer par leur incapacité échoueront.
At the end of 1986, Thomas Sankara welcomes François Mitterrand to Ouagadougou and increasingly involves himself in international politics. He becomes a real threat for the neo-colonialist political balance imposed in French-speaking West Africa. The climate is explosive. France has just welcomed Peter Botha, president of South Africa, who refuses to change his country's regime of apartheid.
Des tueurs comme Peter Botha ont eu le droit.
Look at that fucking like USNC fucking outfit he's got on, man.
Ils l'ont taché.
Like he's on Star Trek
Ils l'ont
Enterprise.
taché de leurs mains et de leurs pieds couverts de sang. Et tous ceux qui leur ont permis de poser ces actes en porteront l'entière responsabilité ici et ailleurs, aujourd'hui et toujours.
Je suis comme lui. Il dit ce qu'il pense, je le dis aussi. Et je trouve que dans un certain nombre de ses jugements, il a le tranchant d'une belle jeunesse et le mérite d'un chef d'État totalement dévoué à son peuple. Et moi, j'admire ses qualités qui sont grandes, mais il tranche trop aussi. Il va plus loin qu'il ne faut, à mon avis, qui me permettent de lui parler du haut de mon expérience.
The relationship between Sankara and France will grow worse. After the 1986 parliamentary elections in France, President Mitterrand has to share power with right-wing parties. Jacques Chirac, the newly appointed prime minister, recalls Jacques Foccart, known as Mr. Africa under President de Gaulle and famous for his neo-colonialist
He was
ideas.
37 years old when he was
It's a good
assassinated.
opportunity for the French right to reconnect with all the presidents of its former network and maintain the upper hand over African affairs. Félix Houphouët-Boigny, president of the Ivory Coast and a worthy representative of this cooperation between France and Africa, with the help of the Foccart network, sees the opportunity of getting rid of the revolution in Burkina Faso.
Et l'homme qui était chargé du lien, du contact avec le président Houphouët-Boigny, c'était Blaise Compaoré. Et il est apparu assez rapidement que c'était son dauphin. Il n'aimait pas du tout Sankara, qui était un homme incontrôlable, imprévisible, dans un pays où il y avait quand même, avec lesquels ils avaient beaucoup de liens de subordination, certes, puisqu'ils considéraient que les Burkinabés, à l'époque, les Voltaïques, étaient là pour travailler pour les Ivoiriens, mais raison de plus pour contrôler un peu la situation là-bas et avoir son homme à Ouaga. Et donc, il était clair qu'il avait désigné déjà Blaise, et c'est même lui qui lui a présenté son épouse actuelle. Et donc, Blaise lui doit beaucoup.
The year is 1987. Sankara is not responding to the demands of a section of the population. They are tired after so many efforts and restrictions and long for a more liberal regime. Blaise Compaoré, still number 2 in the regime, takes advantage of this weariness. Directly supported by Félix Houphouët-Boigny and indirectly by the French, he disowns Thomas Sankara.
Le régime, à cette phase-là, déjà, était assez impopulaire, était affaibli, et à l'intérieur, ça a accru les dissensions internes. Et il y avait un climat de méfiance assez développé entre les différentes tendances et fractions au sein du pouvoir, qu'on pouvait résumer en 2 grandes tendances pour aller vite. Il y avait le clan de Thomas Sankara et il y avait le clan de Blaise Compaoré qui, par ailleurs, lui, il détenait quand même l'essentiel du pouvoir militaire.
Thomas Sankara's circle of friends is growing smaller. According to Captain Boukari Kaboré, one of his last and most faithful supporters, Blaise Compaoré is growing impatient and wants to seize power.
Moi, j'avais demandé personnellement à Thomas la permission là, justement, de mettre de l'ordre, c'est-à-dire d'arrêter le capitaine Blaise Compaoré, parce qu'il est en train de fomenter justement son assassinat. Il m'a dit non, l'amitié ne se trahit pas. Je lui ai dit, mais ce n'est plus l'amitié. Quand par exemple on planifie de tuer, ce n'est pas bon. Il dit, c'est pas correct. L'amitié, ce n'est pas à nous de trahir l'amitié, c'est à eux de trahir.
Je me retrouve un peu comme un cycliste qui grimpe une pente raide, qui a à gauche, à droite des précipices. Il est obligé de pédaler, de continuer de pédaler, sinon il tombe. Alors, pour rester moi-même et pour me sentir moi-même, je suis obligé de continuer dans cette lancée-là.
Vous vous sentez isolé en Afrique?
Mal compris en tout cas.
Mal compris, mal aimé?
Mal aimé. Ouais.
On a parlé du Che Guevara. Et j'ai dit, mais écoutez, le 8 octobre prochain, c'est le 20e anniversaire de l'assassinat de Che Guevara. Et presque toute la nuit, on discutait du Che et de la manifestation de souvenirs. Et tout à coup, ça je me souviens, comme si c'était hier, il me regardait et me dit, il est mort à 39 ans. Est-ce que moi, comme le Che, est-ce que j'arriverai à 39 ans? Et puis, la conversation a repris. Une sorte de prémonition de la mort. Il n'est pas arrivé à 39 ans.
l'Afrique, à nouveau secouée par le démon du coup d'État. La nouvelle a été confirmée ce matin à Ouagadougou. Thomas Sankara, ancien chef d'État du Burkina Faso, l'ancienne Haute-Volta, a été tué hier lors de l'attaque du palais présidentiel. Thomas Sankara, un président pas tout à fait comme les autres.
On the 15th of October 1987, Thomas Sankara is taken by surprise at a meeting with a dozen collaborators. Members of Blaise Compaoré's personal guard rush in and open fire. Sankara's body is cut to pieces. He is buried at night, in a hurry, like a dog.
Thomas savait très bien qu'il devait mourir. Et je pense qu'il a accepté le suicide parce que quelque part aussi, ça fait une grandeur. Et une fois encore, je viens pour dire que c'est un grand homme. Ceux qui sont contre lui, ils peuvent au moins accepter ça. Parce que un homme qui accepte de mourir pour être plus grand, alors là, ça, il faut reconnaître en cette personne-là comme une valeur.
C'est un journaliste français de l'AFP qui était à Yaoundé et il disait que c'est la première fois de sa vie qu'il circule dans la ville et il croise des gens en train de pleurer à grosses larmes. C'est-à-dire que tu croises une centaine de personnes comme ça, des dizaines de personnes dans la rue qui pleurent. Et quand on se renseigne, on dit non, ils viennent d'apprendre l'assassinat de Sankara. Donc, tout vous dit, ce n'est pas seulement le Burkina Faso qui a ressenti ça. Je crois que le Burkina Faso était mort les jours qui ont suivi, mais c'est toute l'Afrique.
The next day, Blaise Compaoré appoints himself president. For the international press, he tries to exonerate himself from the death of his best friend.
Vous avez des regrets?
D'avoir perdu un ami, bien sûr. Et un regret aussi, qu'à un moment de sa vie, il ait pensé à nous liquider. Dommage. Ouais, c'est dommage.
And I remember at that time, there were two very good friends, Thomas Sankara.
I fucking love this guy.
And Blaise. Yeah. Thomas Sankara and Blaise. You know.
Blaise Compaoré remains immune to the emotion felt throughout the continent. He institutes what he calls the rectification of the revolution, making people believe that he's perpetuating Sankara's ideas. The truth is that he's taking his country back to the old politics of cooperation. He receives the congratulations of the French and Ivory Coast governments. Sankara's reputation is dragged through the mud. He is accused of having grown richer while in power. His family is subjected to harassment. Their house is searched in vain. Sankara died the way he lived, with empty pockets. Just a few personal belongings left in his student's room remain with his family. Official documents have disappeared. All traces of his presence in power have been systematically destroyed.
Les grands hommes, dans une certaine mesure, irradient leur peuple, irradient leur époque, bien après leur départ, je veux dire bien après leur mort, parce que c'est quand vous avez perdu quelque chose que vous vous rendez compte de sa véritable valeur.
C'est une des figures importantes au niveau du continent africain qui continue d'être citée pour son exemplarité, pour son courage, pour son intégrité, pour sa créativité, pour son refus de l'afro-pessimisme d'une manière générale.
Sankara est devenu moralement et spirituellement une sorte de maître étalon.
Over time, for the Burkinabe, but also for all the people of Africa, the death of Thomas Sankara has come to symbolize a tragic waste, a lost opportunity for their continent to emerge from the abyss.
sur la cité endormie. Un vautour a plané dans la nuit. Et de sa voix, oui, de sa voix.
So, for those that don't know, Blaise Compaoré was overthrown in a popular coup d'etat in 2014, and I believe just within this past year or 2 years, he's actually been found guilty in the murder of Thomas Sankara and is currently serving life in absentia because he fled Burkina Faso and is currently hiding out in the Ivory Coast and being protected there. So he's not actually being brought to any formal charges because he escaped.
He introduced reforms that were years ahead of their time. A quota from a young woman in government jobs, bans on forced marriage and genital cutting, and campaign to plant 10 million trees. Oh, son of a bitch. You need to get like ad blocker. Just end it. Share screen.
Wait, Kim Il-sung. I don't think that's even true. I'm sorry. I don't think that's true.
Okay. Kind of pissed if that's not true.
Pretty sure it's from Castro.
However, I don't know if this is even an accurate quote. This is not a toy, he declared to an audience in Harlem in 1984, brandishing the pistol. And when we fire these bullets, it will be against imperialism. I mean, like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it was. Maybe it was. Or you know what? Maybe I'm getting it mixed up with Allende, who had the gun from Castro. How many guns was Castro giving out? Maybe that's
Castro just seems like was just like handing that shit out like fuck.
Here you go. All right.
So, Large Juice, allegedly, this article from the New York Times states that the pistol that he was known to carry on him was given to him by Kim Il-sung. So, you know what? Let's find out.
Wait, Kim Il-sung? Did he live that long?
I'm pretty certain he lived into like the 90s.
Wow, man, that dude fucking pushed it because he was a revolutionary in Manchuria in like the fucking 40s. Oh look, Burkina Faso, North Korea relations. This is interesting.
Where are you seeing that?
Here, look.
This one?
I might hijack you real quick. I hijacked you. I'm sorry. That's crazy. Kim Il-sung lived that long. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he died in 1994.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Like to be in the trenches of like Manchurian fucking guerrilla war, and then like through the revolution, and then through like 75% of your building structures being bombed, and then like living all the way up to the 90s. Like it's a pretty he did go to Pyongyang several times.
Sick.
So makes sense that he could have been giving it to him. North Korea also provided agriculture and technical assistance and military aid.
Yeah, because I think it wasn't until 1997 that like DPRK started to fall behind South Korea, because I think up until like the 80s, North Korea was actually
way better.
Well, yeah, they were doing better than South Korea.
The actual here's Sankara. He's getting like a whoa.
Marxist Leninist revolution meeting Fidel Castro.
Oh shit. the thing about North and South Korea is that before the country was even divided, there was already like a demarcated situation between the North and the South, in the sense that the South was big on agricultural land and the North was big on more heavy industry. So just by the nature of the
Is that Kwame Nkrumah in that picture?
yeah,
Oh shit!
It's Kwame. Yeah.
Wait, when the fuck is that picture from? Because Kwame died in 1972.
Did he?
Yeah. He's got to be from like 2 different years, man.
What? What is to be from 2 different years?
The picture of Nkrumah and then the one of Sankara above him.
Yeah, and then this one's with him and Nelson
Right,
Mandela. I mean, they're all different. They're all different pictures, man.
I need to eat something.
There's Gaddafi.
Yeah, I feel like Fidel is literally like, if you want to follow a person throughout like the history of anti-imperialism from like the end of World War II on, right? He's like the best. He met everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They don't even have him and Malcolm X on here?
I guess because Malcolm X wasn't
Was
leader.
American.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't from Africa or something like that, but come on.
Yeah,
You can't.
well, because like Fidel Castro, like, you know, like that book by our guy Piero Glajesus, you know, he was dedicated towards helping Africa. That's what I'm saying. Like, Fidel met everybody.
Yeah. All right, guys. I think I might have to head off. I got work in the morning. I've actually given you I've actually not given you, but I've actually done longer on this by about 2 hours than I've done ever. So this is by far my longest stream with everybody. So I'm gonna have to give the old brain a rest and crash out. I wish all of you a excellent week. Happy holidays, or whatever your holiday the preferences, your preferential holiday celebration may be. Just as a reminder, we won't be here on Sunday as it is Christmas Day.
No.
We will be back next Wednesday with Johnny. What will we be back with?
I don't know. A lot more energy.
Black shirts and reds, dude.
Black shirts and reds. And yeah. And then I think maybe sometime in January, we're going to start doing third day stream.
Yep. The third day of streaming, where we'll probably do more stuff like this past like 2.5 hours or whatever that we've been talking. We're going to do more stuff like this, which is actually fun. Yeah. Thanks for being here, Judas and Cinnamon Challenge and Sam. I know Vlad's in here. I know Dorian's in here. You guys have been absolutely awesome. It's been so much fun talking with you guys tonight. So I hope we can do it again. If you're here next Wednesday, please come by.
We're going to have to start like way fucking earlier than this though.
I know. It's just tough. Well, on Fridays, I actually get off work at like 3.
All right. Well, we'll talk about it. But
All right.
I think for now, I'm going to send everybody out to Bleep Blomp Ben because I love them and I think they're great.
All right. Love you guys. Bye-bye.
Love you, Pat. See you later. All right. Lal Salam. Stay strong out there, everybody. Enjoy the holiday as best you can. We'll be back soon.